Hello, everyone. Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest 2023. So this is the beginning for day 2. So there are a number of exciting content. I'm Hidaka, from Merpay. And we have simultaneous interpretation available. So we have like also Internet Idol Hidaka-san being translated into English. So this is the opening session. So both of us will act as a moderator. So moving on to the next slide. So Wakabe-san, would you like to introduce yourself? So I belong to Merpay Solution Team. Nice to meet all of you. So engineers who are watching this, you are on the right channel. We have a little bit of YouTuber element, but don't worry, we have a lot of very educational content followed by our opening remarks. So this is, once again, the Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest 2023. So this is day 2. Some of you are watching from today. So here is an overview. So this year's theme is Unleashed Fintech. So in addition to our approach for technology development, we will talk about new challenges in the Fintech domain. So the unleash is a keyword for future evolution. And in order for you to enjoy this conference, so there are some information we'd like to share with you. And also I will give some highlight information. So moving on to the next slide. Once again, as I mentioned already, we have Japanese and English channels available. If you look at YouTube information section, and you can see the URL information, so please choose. So once again, so please again find the URL for your preference for language. So again, so the both languages are available. So moving on to the next slide. So this is the code of conduct. We have 50 to 60 and people watching, so please be mindful of harassment. So we would like to make sure that we have a safe environment for this Tech Fest. So please refer to our code of conduct for details. Once again, the information is included in our event website. So moving on to the next section, so about comment. So we look forward to receiving the comments from all of you. So you can use this hashtag on X to post a comment. So I was watching the chat section on YouTube yesterday, and I saw the number of comments. So I'd like to highly encourage you to post a comment today as well. Let's practice on uploading the comment. So Tsuji-san, what kind of a sushi do you like? I like egg sushi. Usually sushi comes with a fish, but I really like sushi with egg. But usually the adults don't really order the sushi with egg first, so that's why that I tend to order the sushi with egg later. Well, we're getting comment. salmon and also that the tunas, and we have a variety of sushi that people like. My colleague likes sushi. So that because this person orders salmon all the time, so his nickname becomes the person with salmon sushi. And other teriyaki type. And also sushi with a salad on the top, like fish cake on the top of a sushi. Again, that we have a variety of favorite sushi names with seaweed. Well, that sushi roll is sometimes quite difficult to eat. Well, so we just wanted to practice and how to put the comment. Well, just like you did for your favorite sushi. So let's move on to today's highlight. Oh, sorry, we forgot about the survey. If you watch the session, so please give us the feedback, because again, the speakers waiting for your survey. Again, these are some of the gifts you may win. You can see the towels and book. Moving on to today's talk session. So that all of them are very exciting session. But we only have 10 minutes for opening. We have to choose from all of them. First one is Mercari merchant and revenues settlement framework. So how to, again, transfer the money of the revenue to a merchant account. So it's more complicated than I mentioned, so we'll talk about how complex it is. So there are some of the English description, and also for in yesterday's KYC session, there are a number of English descriptions, so I'm sure that will be covered in this topic. And another is that data surveillance internal system for BigQuery. So the Query Moon, that's the name of the tool for data surveillance. I know that there are some challenges, and they will talk about how they improve the system and what are the points to be considered. And so that's the highlight. Once again, the Query Moon is the name of the tool. So I think the Query Moon is the highlight in this session, as this is the name of BigQuery surveillance. Another one, Mercard. Well, more than 1 million Mercards are already issued. So after the release, so the campaigns are launched, and also the strategy behind the scenes will be discussed. So there are 3 panelists. It's going to be a live session. Next. So the machine learning and QA and the risk management in Fintech. So that AI brokerage, again, certification was acquired by Merpay, and for the first time here in Japan. So we will talk about the QA and also the service enhancement. It's going to be an interesting session. I know all of the session will be very interesting, but we just wanted to show you the highlights for the sake of the time. So again, there are a number of sessions scheduled for day 2, so please don't forget to give us the feedback in the top channels. So we placed the URL address, so give us your feedback. So Wakame-san? So yes, we will begin the day 2 now. Again, so the first session will be a microservice foundation talk. So and the backend and the data modeling. So it's going to be a very interesting one. So we have 100 viewers. So I think that setting is already ready. So then we'd like to commence the day 2. So, but can you wait for just for a moment until we begin the next session? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for attending this session. From this point onward, I will be talking about the payment platform microservice evolution that supports Merpay's post-payment and smart money. Let me just briefly introduce myself first. My name is Chui Pei John. Internally, I use my Slack name, Pedro. I joined as a backend engineer in April of 2019 to Merpay, and right now I work for the credit design team and involved in the development of Merpay post-payment and Merpay smart money invoicing and payment. This is the agenda for this session. First of all, I will be introducing you to the current microservice configuration in the current payment platform. And then I will be talking about the background to the introduction of the invoice microservice that offers the functions on the payment platform, and also talk about the technical deficits that came out related to the implementation. And at the end, I will be talking about the independent invoice microservice that would solve that deficit. And so first of all, I would like to explain about the repayment platform current status. Right now, there are two services that offers a repayment function to the customers. One is Merpay's deferred payment, post payment. Merpay's postpaid is a service that allows the customers to pay the amount of the purchases that made on Mercari on the following month. And in this service, this offers three repayment process. One is automatic withdrawing from the bank. And this is a method where the payment is deducted automatically from the bank that is connected. And in addition to that, there are other ways of paying using Merpay balance and also repaying through the ATM at the convenience store. And the other service that offers the repayment function is the Merpay Smart Money. Merpay Smart Money is a service that allows the users to borrow money from Mercari app. Merpay Smart Money, the repayment every month can be done by automatic deduction from the bank account that is connected, or it could be repaid anytime from the balance. In the background of this service, there is this microservice in the structure. Like you see here, the lending microservice is offering the functions to calculate the invoice amount and also managing the contracts. And also, a deferred pay microservice offers a calculation on the embedded amount and also a function to manage the contract amount. And as I mentioned earlier, there are many commonalities for the repayment functions between Smart Money and Post Payment. And the invoice microservice will be addressing those repayment functions that are used for both of these services. And in order to realize this repayment function, invoice microservice is interacting with several common foundation of Merpay, and mainly with the bank microservice that mainly manages the bank connection and charges. This will be used for charge, and through the payment microservice that manages the overall payment, it adds the repayment of the debts to the payment service that manages the post-payment debts. That was the overall structure of the current microservice, but initially, invoice microservice did not exist. And so I would now like to explain the background of introducing the invoice microservice. Merpay Smart Money was a service that was released after the post payment. And so before the release, post payment was the only service that required to provide the repayment function. And so there was no need to develop a microservice for repayment function only. And so deferred pay and microservicing were all providing all the functions that are related to deferred payment. Of course, deferred pay was interacting with the microservices directly in order to realize this repayment function. And then the status. The Merpay Smart Money development project started, and within that, several requirements came out. First of all, as the basic requirement, users are able to borrow money in Mercard app and also be able to repay on the Mercari app. Those were the requirements, but there were several challenges related to the repayment function. First of all, if it was executed on the same day as the auto deduction for postpay, you need to consider the API capacity control for the banks. If possible, we would like to request the charges altogether to the banks. And also, if the invoice is delinquent, when we want to automatically allocate from the payment Merpay balance or the revenue, we need to control the priority against the invoice of the deferred payment. And based on those requirements, we came up and considered several microservice configuration. Our first idea was to develop a microservice called lending, and to realize all the functions related to smart money repayment. As you can see, the benefit of this idea is that because the lending microservice is independent, all the functions can be designed and developed independently. But there are several disadvantages as well. First of all, the lending microservice and deferred pay microservice are separated, and because of that, each services will provide a repayment function. However, it will become difficult to control the capacity to the bank API. And the postpay invoice and the smart money invoice priority control will be also difficult. And although the postpay repayment function already existed, we needed to deploy a similar function to the lending microservice as well. The second idea that we considered was that an independent repayment microservice is to be developed. To be more specific, the lending microservice will only offer the smart money invoice and contract management function only, and independent repayment microservice called invoice will be developed. And initially, this will manage the repayment of smart money, but in the future, the repayment for postpay will also be integrated. And this idea is a little bit different to the most ideal microservice, but there are some disadvantages too. First of all, before being able to migrate the repayment function of postpay, as with idea 1, it will be difficult to control the API capacity to the banks. And also, the control of the priority will also be difficult. And also, because the repayment function is going to be deployed on the invoice microservice, this will be overlapping deployment with deferred pay and microservice. In the future, we would have to consider the postpay function migration in the future. And the third idea is to use the repayment function of postpay. A lending microservice offers the function for smart money usage and also contract management, but also deferred pay microservice will also address the smart money repayment in addition to the other debts as well. To be more specific, deferred pay microservice repayment function will be extended and made it into invoice microservice so that it would respond to both repayment for postpay as well as smart money.
The advantage of this proposal is that the repayment function can be centralized, eliminating an API capacity control to the bank and the problem of controlling the order of the allocation as in proposal 1 and 2. Also, Since it is an extension of the existing repayment function for postpay or deferred pay, there will be less duplicate of the implementations. And of course, as you can see, there's a disadvantage in the actual configuration from the microservice responsibilities. Originally, the deferred pay microservice should have provided only deferred pay functions or the post-pay functions. However, now it is complicated by the fact that also supports smart money repayments. Finally, taking into account the release schedule and the difficulty of the implementation, we decided to implement Proposal 3 with a temporary technical debt at the time of the initial release, and then independently implement the invoice microservice in a defined microservice. First, in order to implement this proposal, we needed to work on repayment-related data model in the deferred pay microservice as well as extension. Invoice data model as an example. First, we need to distinguish between the deferred pay domain-specific items and abstracted invoice items handled by invoice microservice. For example, some papers contract ID is a specialized item for the deferred payment domain, and the items such as amount, settlement amount, and date of billing or month are the abstracted invoice items as an invoice microservice. Now, not only that, we need to add several items to be able to support smart money. For example, we added service ID to be able to identify which service it is. After we organized and expanded the data model, the existing repayment logic was also expanded to support smart money. We then created a new invoice GPRC service, separating it from the existing interface with a view to the future independence of the invoice microservices. With this idea, we'll be able to successfully release the Merpay Smart Money service. As prepared for the differences in technology, I thought that there is going to be the technical depth. However, when we entered the actual phase of the operation, I was be able to feel it more. First, there is an impact of the mixed code base. For example, when we develop the function for deferred payment service, we have to be aware of the impact on the invoice microservice. Conversely, when developing a new repayment the function, we need to be aware of the impact on deferred payment service. In addition to that code base, there is also an impact of having a single database. When an incident occurs during the operation of the deferred payment service, it is necessary to investigate the data. At that time, maintenance cost will increase because smart money data must be excluded. The complexity of data analysis goes up as well as the operation of the deferred service. To solve this technical depth, a project has been initiated to isolate invoice microservice. First, create an independent invoice microservice. The data model of the independent invoice microservice is abstracted from the repayment-related data model and the deferred pay microservice as described above. It will then provide a gRPC service with the exact same interface as the invoice gRPC service in the deferred pay microservice. By providing the same existing interface, we will be able to easily migrate on a customer basis. Specifically, the migration status is managed for each customer. And if the customer has already migrated, then request near the invoice gRPC in deferred pay microservice is proxied directly to the invoice microservice without processing. In this way, microservice as a client can migrate without any modification. The migration patch looks like this. A migration patch and the deferred pay microservice extract repayment-related data per customer, request migration-specific gRPC endpoint in the invoice microservice, and stores the data in the microservice database. The actual migration progress went something like this. In the initial stage, we're very careful to keep the pace of the migration. Merpay deferred pay is a service with a long history, so there are inevitably some irregularity in the data that we do not anticipate. As a proportion of the migration increased, we repeated the process of detecting and recovering the irregular data or modifying that irregular data or collecting that irregular data. As soon as a stable operation of the system was confirmed, the pace of the migration was increased and was completed. After the migration of all customers is completed in this way, the current lending microservice and deferred pay microservice can be directed to the invoice service, which can then be changed to the new invoice microservice. Lastly, this is a summary. Looking back, in microservice development, it is sometimes difficult to create an ideal architecture at the very beginning. But in some cases, I think it is a good professional approach to seek an ideal architecture based on the plan to eliminate technical debt by making microservice configuration decisions with an awareness of the technical debt. In terms of the migration, we have made it possible to perform migration step by step, which has made migration safe and effective. I hope you can join us as we have discussed the introduction and independence of the invoice microservice, and I hope that you will be able to learn from this. And with this, I would like to conclude the session Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone. Thank you for participating in Merpay Tech Fest and choosing to invest your time for this session. In this session, I'm going to discuss about software extensibility while taking a case study of one that we built at Merpay called Engagement Platform. Before we dive into the topic, this is a short bio of me. I am Rupesh and I specialize in software product development. I have worked with companies which are leader in IT infrastructure management and telecom billing in past. I joined Mercari in year 2021 as a backend engineer and have been contributing to development of customer relationship modules and which enable fantastic campaigns for our users. So without further ado, let's jump into the exciting topic of software extensibility. So what is software extensibility? The link there gives a reference to Wikipedia definition of software extensibility. However, in simple terms, it is a characteristic of software. It is a characteristic of software that allows adding more features or changes without refactoring of the existing system. Now I want to discuss two terms, configurability and scalability, and how they are related to the idea of software extensibility. Configurability means a characteristic which allows a software to be configured based on certain attributes which are exposed by that software. As you might have guessed, configurability helps extremely into the extensibility of software. Now moving on to the next term, which is scalability. Scalability is the term which describes a capability of a software to adjust its resources and support various ups and downs in the volume of request which it is getting. Software scalability is not implicit behavior or capability which is provided by extensibility of a software. Okay, so before we jump into the case study, let's discuss why we need an extensible software. This is important to make sure we only worry about it when it's really needed. Software products are a stronger contender of software extensibility, as in such cases, the target user set is diverse. We may not know all the users who are going to use this product in the lifetime of the software, which is going to span into maybe in some cases multiple decades. In case of software products, the business domain is vast. However, when we are starting the development, it may not be all the use cases that we may want to cover at that point of time. Next is like we may want to integrate this product to several third parties, and that is another important characteristic which we may need to consider when we are considering about developing a software product and extensibility. Next, how do we decide which path to choose? What are the guidelines? Next slide discusses that. Solutions versus platform. So on this slide, we discuss difference between a software product and a software solution. A software solution is something which is very much focused on a specific problem. However, our product is something that is we are going to build for a longer runtime and a roadmap. So the first thing that a software solution is focused on is the requirement. So in usual cases, the requirements are gathered and finalized or frozen at the initial phase of the project. However, in case of software product or a platform, requirements are groomed continuously as the product evolves and matures. In case of solutions, these are the tailor-made according to the requirements that are frozen at the initial phase of the project. However, in case of product or a platform, there is a room to grow and shape as it goes into the maturity. In case of solutions, extensibility is not the prime focus. The prime focus is to solve the problem in hand. However, in case of product or a platform, extensibility is must. It is something that cannot be compromised. Solutions are best when the resources are the deciding factor. These resources can be the time or the resources which is being used in case like money. However, in case of product or a platform, it is more favorable to do this when you have a clear vision of the roadmap and where it has to go in the longer run. As you might have guessed, solutions are short-lived. However, product or platforms are ever evolving with time. So these are the few differences or comparisons which will help you to decide what path to take when you are in the development phase of your software. Okay, now that we know what is a software product and how it differs from a solution, how do we do it? So for developing a software product, these are the few major steps that we have to take care of when we are in the designing phase. The first point discuss about the modules or the components of the system that is in discussion. The first thing is to define or identify the modules and their responsibility. In this particular thing, I'm using the term module loosely, but if you are following a service-oriented architecture, these may be microservices in your system. So identify those microservices and have a clear idea about what responsibilities they are going to have. For each of these modules, identify the entities and their relationship. So in a typical system, there are certain set of entities which plays a major role and define the or encapsulate the business entities one-on-one. So identifying these entities and the relationship as closely as it reflected by the business is always a favorable way to design a product. Next is to define interfaces and use composite types for these interfaces as compared to in primitives. The benefit of composite types is that they provide flexibility to add more attributes as the requirement grows without changing the interfaces exposed by the system. The final step is the volume projection. This is important because this is one of the most complex things to change at a later phase of the product. So volume projection is important because it helps to decide how the modules or inter-service communication is going to take place. Okay. So now let's take the case study of engagement platform and see how all those concepts were applied to this particular platform. So engagement platform, it provides the brand, which is Mercari, to user communication for happy and long-lasting retention. This is an in-house platform which is envisioned to serve all the growth needs of the Mercari Group. This particular platform or the development of this particular software started with a very simple use case of distributing coupons to the users who are registering on or signing up on the Mercari app. This is a very simple use case which could have been done with a simpler piece of code. However, with our product managers having clear roadmap of the things that we want to achieve and having a vision to build this as one consolidated platform which can be used across Mercari Group, we decided to take a path of building this as a platform. And that's the reason the core design was considered to support extensions. This particular slide shows the different modules of the of this platform and how do they interact at the runtime. So the very first step is the defining the campaign. This is done by the marketers and they interact with primarily with the campaign module. And this is where they say that, okay, for this particular set of users, I want to have this particular reward associated. And once you have rewards, you want to notify those rewards to the users using some notification channels. So let's see, once this campaign is configured, how does the campaign runtime takes care of distributing those rewards and the notifications to the end users. So on the bottom left, we see a screen which reflects the Mercari app. So let's take an hypothetical example where we want to give or where the marketers have configured a campaign to reward our users who are newly registering on the platform. So the flow is triggered when the user is registering on the app. There is an event registration app which flows from the app to the segment module. The segment module has the capability to to divide these events into 7 categories, which are called segments. And because the campaign has a segment defined, which says that it has to reward all the users who are registering on the platform, it listens to the events which are mapped to the user registration. When the campaign gets an event for user registration, it attaches the rewards and the notification mechanism that has to be sent to the user and sends that event to the distribution hub. The distribution hub is the module which takes care of calling the respective modules which are responsible for distributing the rewards and the notifications. So in this case, the reward is the points, and or it can be like coupons, and it also interacts with the notification for sending out the notifications. So these 3 modules takes care of sending out the rewards and the notifications to the user's screen, and that is how the event journey completes from starting from the user app to the user app in the real time. So what were the considerations that we made while designing this platform? As you might have observed, these modules were designed to be loosely coupled. This is important because if these modules are too tightly coupled, the extensibility is affected, and changes in one module leads to the changes in other modules. So loose coupling is what we made sure that we have across our modules. Next thing is entity modeling, considering possible scenarios. We modeled our entities in a way that we can accommodate possible use cases in the future. Next thing is we define the composite objects in request and response. So all the endpoints which we designed, we made sure that these are exposing composite objects in the request for the reason that we discussed in the previous slides. We define scope of each of the constituting services so that they have clear boundaries and they don't overlap, and they have clear idea of what, and anybody who is owning or making a change into a service clearly know that what should be the scope of the change and should be able to divide those. And if there is a new requirement, they should be able to divide that requirement according to the service responsibilities and break them for easier and faster development. Finally, we decided on the strategy to communicate between the services. Okay, so the whole idea behind these considerations was to emphasize that there are least possible changes when there are new requirements coming in the future. Now looking at the data model. So the first step that we took is to identify the different entities that comprise this solution. In engagement platform, we have 4 major entities. These are campaign, the first one, or the umbrella entity, which model or encapsulate any kind of communication that we are going to have with our customers or the end users. So just like we discussed a user onboarding campaign or a newly registered campaign, where this campaign entity defines that can help the marketers to define that campaign in terms of what segment of user it will talk to and what rewards and notification it will give out. So this is the umbrella entity. The next constituting entity is segment. Segment is what a user set is defined. Like you have a segment of users who are listing on the platform. There is another segment of users who are buying on the platform. There can be another segment of the user who are registering on the platform. So these are the few simpler use cases of segment. More complex use cases of segment would be a user registering on the platform and listing 5 different items within 24 hours, or user listing and selling that item within 24 hours. So these are the few examples of segment. Now, after segments, we have another important entity, which is incentive. Incentives encapsulate the idea of rewards. So it's common that each of the campaigns or most of our campaigns have some rewards associated with them. These rewards could be points or coupons or anything else maybe in the future. Finally, we have notifications. Notifications are the way or they encapsulate the channel by which we are going to communicate to our user. So in case of reward related campaigns, these notifications let the user know about the reward that they have received. And in communication only or notification only campaigns, these can be just the communication that the user or the marketers wanted to have with the users. Now let's look at the data model in detail. Or the data. So this particular slide shows the entity relation. So on the top, as we see, the campaign is the main entity and it has one-to-many relationship with the segment. So each of our campaigns can have one or more segment of users at which it wants to target. Each of these segments says that on what user activity they want to incentivize or notify the user. So each of these segment can have one or more incentive attached to it, and each of these segment can have one or more notifications attached to it. Here on this slide, I want to call out one important point is like we have no direct relationship between incentives and notifications. So these are both directly related to the segment independently. And each of these campaigns can have multiple segments. Now moving on to next slide. Let's take an hypothetical example of user onboarding campaign. Onboarding users. So this campaign has this, so this particular slide is the campaign specification, which talks about onboarding users and encouraging them to use different features of the app confidently and rewarding them at each step. So this particular campaign talks about giving out certain rewards to user, which is like 1,000 points on registration. And once the user have registered, we want to encourage them for listing. So there is another segment which associates a seller coupon with a listing activity. And once the user have listed and received seller coupon, the next thing which they are encouraged is to like getting their items sold and getting and that selling segment rewards them with a buyer coupon. So this is how this system encourages user to use different features by rewarding and getting familiar with the app. Now, each of these rewards are associated with different notification mechanisms, because once we are giving out rewards, we need to notify user that, okay, you have received these rewards. So now let's see, now visually see how does this campaign operates in real time. So this is a visualization of the campaign. On the top, we see the campaign entity and 3 segments associated with it. So these can be more segments, but yeah, for this example and simplicity, we have kept 3 segments. And these segments are evaluated in series. So the first segment is about the user who are registering on the environment or registering on the app. The second segment is the same user who is registered and now they are listing. So anybody who has registered and listed will qualify for the second segment. And the third segment talks about selling. So the same user who have registered and then listed, once they have sold an item, they will qualify for the third segment. Now let's see how the rewards and the notifications are given out to users once they have captured in a certain segment of users. So for the first segment, when the user registers, they get a reward of 1,000 points, and they get notified by private messages and push notifications. Now, once they have registered and they have listed, because there is a campaign communication which says that, okay, you are a newly registered user, and now if you list, you get certain rewards. So the next natural step the user will take is listing. Once they have listed, they will get the seller coupon and they will receive an in-app message and a push notification. The third step after Listing is selling. So once they have sold that item that they have listed, they would have received a buyer coupon and will also receive a private message telling them you have a coupon which you will want to utilize, and probably further they would use that buyer coupon to buy something on the platform. So this is how the complete runtime would happen for this hypothetical campaign. Moving on to next slide. What's the event processing strategy? This is the area which need to be discussed specifically, as it not only helps in extensibility, but reliability and traceability aspect of the product. We decided to have all the events being processed in asynchronous manner. This is the decision that we made because in this case, there was no UI involved, and when the user had taken some actions, we had to finally notify using one of the notification channels. The next thing we did, like we defined item potency, we defined the event item potency, which made retry and recovery possible in case of failures or duplication due to underlying infrastructure. Because once we have events into the system, there are chances because of the underlying infrastructure that they might get duplicated by the system. So there has to be a good way to identify if an event received by a system is a new event or is an event which was received in the past, and duplicate them. Next, we made sure that we are logging the events at the entry and exit of each of the services, so that once we have an incident, we could clearly identify the boundaries of the incident and the responsible service to make the traceability easier. Finally, the synchronous, the only place where we kept the synchronous calls is the campaign configuration, because that is the part where the marketers are interacting with the user interface. Now, let's see how it helps into the enhancements. We could do these smaller enhancements easily, like point distribution along with coupon distributions. So we initially developed this product for coupon distributions, but we could easily distribute points or enhance this platform to distribute points. We did the enhancements like controlling the number of times a user is rewarded or the max amount of points a user is rewarded easily on this platform as well. Now I'll discuss a couple of major enhancements that we did on this platform. So as you might have noticed, initially this platform was built to handle the real-time events, but soon we got a requirement to handle batch distributions, which means that we want to reward users for the activities that they have done in the past and not on the real-time events. And these past events were qualified using the SQL queries. This is not something this product was originally planned for. But after initial study, we identified that the only module which need to be changed is the segmentation, and the rest of the modules will remain unimpacted if we keep the interface of segmentation module intact. So we developed the segmentation module to support the queries, and we had this feature available. One of the major challenges that we saw while handling or while doing this is the event burst, because with queries we get a lot many events as compared to real-time events when the queries are run and returning results. So these got us a few exciting challenges like flow control and event prioritization when handling this scenario. Next big change that we supported on this platform is notification only distributions. The initial design or initial capability of this system was to reward user and notify them. But as I called out in the data model, that we didn't have any relationship between the notifications and rewards intentionally, which made this particular enhancement easy, because we could easily make the reward part optional in the segment and support this enhancement. And the best part, this requirement was originally required by the batch flows, but because of the way it was designed, it became available to the real-time campaigns as well without any extra changes. Now that we have discussed on the case study, let's see what does it mean to run such a software in production. So these are the few checks that we have to take care once we are running this kind of softwares or platforms on production. It is eminent that we maintain backward compatibility, because one change can break the use cases that have been supported in the past but not anymore. There will be campaigns which are running for longer runtime or longer lifetime, but if we made a change which is not backward compatible, probably the newer campaign will run, but the older campaign may start failing. We need to have good user documentation so that the users can onboard themselves easily. This is important because usually products have a very large and diverse user base, and you may not have access to interact with those users directly. Having a good user interface and a good user documentation can help them to onboard easily. Security and controlling data access across user groups is also important for the same reasons. When you have a diverse and large user set, these user sets might have their own scope of business, and it is important to have a proper access control across all these user bases. Finally, monitoring and continuity. It is very important because one failure can impact multiple business offerings. And while we are handling or running these kind of platforms in production, we have to have a very robust and reliable monitoring. And in case of failures, how do we make sure that we have the business continuity? So that being said, we are at the last slide, and hope it was useful and exciting for you. Thank you.
Now, thank you for joining. And behind the scenes of the Mercard growth initiative that supported the issuance of the 1 million cards, and we'll be presenting on this. Nice to meet you all. And first, I would like to start from the self-introduction. In this session, the A is going to be the 3 people, and who's coming from the different the business area. And my name is Kawashima. I'm working in Merpay as a product manager. And Kashima-san, please. Merpay Backend Engineer. My name is Kashima. 2019, I joined the Merpay and a growth product team. That's where I've been developing the products. Thank you. Mikhail-san, please. Merpay US Tech Lead, Mikhail, as my name. In 2019, I joined the company. Up until now, Merpay dashboard. And that's the area where I was involved in the development. Thank you. Thank you. So, those are the people. And myself, and I am a PM for the Mercard project, and Kashima-san background, and Mikhail-san iOS engineer. And you may have questions. And we'll be waiting for the questions. And there's a hashtag of the Mercoin Tech Fest. And then also you can use the chat in YouTube for the questions. Now, as you've seen the title of the session, and in terms of the Mercard, and I will explain. Originally, there was a Mercari application, and then and that Mercari applications, and there's a functionality of the Merpay, and which is a smartphone payment service, and that has been added later. And then with within that Merpay, there is a Merpay Smart Payment, and that is another functionality, and we will be able to have the deferred payment or the post payment with a smartphone. And originally, we have been providing these services. Now, and last year in November, and Mercard has been launched, and which Mercari is a credit card that we have released. And this is a Mercard. In 2022, it's been released or issued, and we came into the market later, I think, compared to the other companies. And we're a later comer, and that's why from the Mercari perspective, saying what would be the best credit card for us, and which we've been discussing with the members, and to decide the services. And one of the characteristics for this is that using this card and in Mercari, and we should be able to provide some kind of advantages by using that, so that the customer can get something good if they use that the Mercard, and 4% returns, and at the maximum, and the customer will be able to actually get the return from 1 to 4% at the maximum. And this is the nature of the Mercari, and the point 1. And according to the law, we is at the EKYC, and they have already confirmed the authentications, and over 10,000 people. So it would be easier for them to use it. And point 2 is that Mercari application is going to be used, and that is how we have designed, and therefore in the same way as a smartphone settlement, as soon as they do the settlement, and they can actually get the notification of that settlement. In case of the credit card, there might be some time lag, and on there might be applications. However, on the line items, there will be no reflection onto that usually until very late. However, in case of the credit card or ID or any settlement, and a user will be able to get that notification of the settlement right away. So, which is a seamless service that we are providing. And this is the point 3. And because application is going to be used, and then anytime that they will be able to select the options for deferred pay or post pay. And for example, as you see here, and in this screenshot, for example, 3,800 has been booked, and you don't need to wait until next month. And as of now, if you want to pay now, in the case you can settle right away, and it will be easier for you to manage. And because if there is a loss of accumulation of those the shoppings, cases, in that case, you forget how much should I pay and in which banks, and therefore, and some people may like it because it is going to be deducted right away if they select this option. Point 4, and AI credit checking. In case of the credit card, in Japan, if you want to make one credit card and the ages and then also what you do and then also how many years that you are working for that organization, companies, and revenues that you are making, you need those kind of information. However, based on that, the Mercari, Merpay's, the usage, the histories, and we'll be able to check that credit right away. So it'll be easier to make one. And this is kind of the picture from a long time ago. After the November, it's been like 6 months, and we have achieved 100 million. And with the domestic credit card, I think this figure is at the top class tiers in terms of the numbers of the credit card issued. So we should be satisfied, pretty much. And this is an introduction. Mercari Merpay cultures related to Eric Carlson, and who is a French person. And this is one of the cultures, and externally and internally. And we think that the diversity is very important. And so the Mercard, in terms of the wordings, that also has a meaning of that, the diversities. And recycled PVC is used in the materials, and eco card. And that's also embedded into this. And there is a hologram logo, and Mercari's logo that you see, and red and blue. And we keep that on the other hand, and the color might be changed. So it could be like many different types of that, the colors. And that's also based on the design of diversity and inclusion. Now here, let's discuss about the including the engineers and how we have achieved that the growth. What is most important is that, and this is a credit card that Mercari released, and therefore the users who use Mercari within the Mercari journey, in a seamless way, that we would like to make it the people who feel that they want to make the card, and that was very important. And therefore, we have been doing some initiatives, and one of the things is going to be the home screen. That there's some kind of promotions that people may feel like they want to make it, or in the checkout flow, and there are some kind of promotions, or in the product itself. There's some explanations, and for the Mercari functions, and it's been integrated, and this was one of the big the growth point. And of course, there's a campaign that we launched, which is a big campaign, including the TVCM and in-app CRM, and those marketing, and then also the product has been aligned with to make this growth. Now, this is going to be the main point of today's discussion. Now, how we have realized that growth, in which I would like to talk about, including the organization. Kashima-san, please talk about it. And now, I'll be discussing about the organization area. And the left-hand side. And this is not just a Mercard, but if it's necessary, Mercari and Merpay, and we will have the cross-organization or organization when we conduct some project. And left at the second, and this is a program structure. And internal Mercari, the development, and there is a verbal organizations, and which is a program as a structure, and each of those boxes, and that is called the program, and a major customer journey unit, some kind of the journeys, and that is the name of each organization. And beside that, and there is a foundation and enable organization, and beside this, and based on that, the normal organizations, and there's a reporting lines, and PM organization, engineering organizations are separate, and therefore in terms of the development, the team and the products is going to be structured from that both the team. And in terms of the program structure, and there's a multiple team included in the programming, and if there is the conflict of the development schedule, in that case, it will be difficult to acquire the resource. However, in this the program the structure, we coordinate those kind of schedules as well, including the resource. And this is a simple way, but the Mercard, the growth initiatives related, and which is a royalty program payment journey and growth platform. This is very important. And the three of us here today, and Kazuya-san and Mikara-san, and royalty program payment journey, and I am the cross platform. And payment journey, royalty program journey, and the Mercard experience using that, and then also growth platform, and the point related, the point returns, and then also the promotion of the campaigns, and then also the return based on the usage of the Mercard, and that's what we've been engaged. And then also in terms of the marketing, which is the right-hand side at the top, and there's the deadline, and based on the marketing the initiatives. And accordingly, there is good execution of the marketing. And in some cases, we have to cover all of the marketing. And in the case, the resource and the schedule needs to be coordinated, because there might be some conflict. And number 4 at the right hand at the bottom, and those are the team members, and it's variety of the people is going to be engaged with the team, and PM marketing designer, and beside that the backend engineers or the front end, and those people, like everybody, is actually important in the teams. And with this, I would like to finish my explanation in terms of the organization. Thank you very much. And so the organization, Mercari Merpay, that is a cross-organizational, the team. And within the Merpay, and there's so many different types of the program or the structure, and that we incorporate with the marketing team. And next, and from here, Mikhail-san, can you explain? Mercard and the Mercard companies, and those are the tools that we've been using. Angela and Braze, and those are the tools that we've been using. Please go to the next slide. Angela, in our company, and this is the project management tool. And within our team, all of them will be able to see all the functions. And if project manager wants to start the new functionality, in the case, Epic will be created. And then there's new functions by each members. The task will be created. And then backend engineers, web engineers, mobile, client engineers, and the designers as well, or the status of the current the functionality will be able to track by them. And something like a Jira, the tool like a Jira, many flexibilities are provided, and using these two, there is some approach. Easy to use, easy to read. So it needs to be simplified. For example, subtask creation will be avoided. And Epic is too big, or takes some time. In that case, the functionality is going to be breaking down to the several epics, so that everybody will be able to understand it, to manage.
Moving on to next slide. This is Braze. This is for non-engineers. So Braze is a service and a tool that we use to allow non-engineer staff to perform changes. So in our case, we use the Braze as a campaign editor for marketing. This means that marketing experts and project managers can easily create and edit complex campaigns through a web portal. In order to implement this kind of campaigns on Android and iOS, we have to work together with backend engineers, designers, and project managers to reach something that answers our needs. The latest campaign we created allows us to use an item price as a base and propose to our users special offers, such as coupons. The UI setup made with a Swift UI and the custom Braze interface we made let marketing experts to choose how they want to present the information and how they want the calculation to be done. For example, special offer could be a fixed price reduction of 500 yen, but it could also be a percentage on an item price up to a certain limit. Thank you very much. So during the campaign, so the marketer can do some necessary adjustment. So using these tools. Thank you very much. So the Braze and the Jira are introduced, and so we are utilizing them. So Kashima-san, back-end team. So to which you belong to, carrying out the tasks to meet the requirements. So can you talk about that? So let me talk about the back-end development. So the back-end development for growth, so I'm sure you can imagine a lot of ideas. So you're right. So we are doing a lot of different development. So I'm a tech lead in cross-development team. So it's not like I, again, covered all of the development project. So let me talk about the development to which I engaged. The first one is a development for campaigns, so which is relatively easy to imagine. So based on the campaign scheme, there are certain development required. Second is a platform development. So this is the main area for the growth platform teams, so that we create the mechanism to again deploy campaigns effectively, and also other. And of course, if we believe some feature can be reused, we design this way. So that the final one is the development for a product core experience, like point percentage and point redemption, so which are related to a wide variety of user experience, and that should be continuously improved even in the absence of a campaign. So that's why we created this as a separate development item. So of course, and I work with a number of different PMs. So these are some of the development for which I did the work. So for the campaign, again, page is the first one. So the marketers and also the PM can again do the necessary adjustment in this function. And we have operated this way for several years, so that therefore we and also the PM and also campaign managers are already familiar with this feature. And second is that special incentive for again sign up. so that 1,000 points can be given if the customer apply for Mercard. And of course, we want to improve the accuracy for the point assignment. So for this, there are some engineering side of effort which required to improve the accuracy, and so that this is now serving as a basis for other improvement. And the third one, it is special again reward, and for Mercard. And so I involved even at the initial phase for this special campaigns. And there are multiple PMs assigned for each campaign. So I had to discuss with a number of different PMs. Probably 7 to 8 PMs are the ones I closely worked. And also the management of, again, the point percentage for Mercard release, so that we, again, that embraced this one for the first time. So we had some issues. So for the customer and who started using Mercard, so they're getting the higher percentage of the point. But sometimes, there are some cases that point percentage went down unintentionally. Therefore, it was important for us to monitor the trend of the point percentage. And sometimes it was difficult for engineer to make a decision. So therefore, we coordinate with the PM and also stakeholder to make a right decision. So that's the part of the engineering effort I did. So I think that it was quite important to do the right work before release, have a detailed plan well in advance. And so did all of the work. That's why we are able to minimize the cost and also set the foundation ready for future enhancement. So this is a great benefit coming from cross-platform activities. And speaking of the coordination with PM, when it comes to backend engineers, so they're involved in microservice. They are assigned initially. So sometimes that backend engineers know much more about the PMs. So based on this fact, it's important for us to see the situation from the viewpoint of PMs to maximize the collaboration with them. And as I mentioned, when I talk about organization structures, we have a number of different campaigns ongoing concurrently, and also that we had to change the specification in the middle. So in order to have a quicker and again the change cycle, so the engineers not only understanding the specification, so we really have to understand the campaign effectiveness, and same time we have to raise the voices for project management. So there was also the learning. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. So final topic. And I'd like to ask some of the questions to our panelists, and there are two. So when we implement the growth countermeasures, of course there are specific target numbers for growth. So I know that engineers, you're assigned on already a different task, and when you receive the kind of that specific business target, and how did you feel? So from a client engineers, so bug fix and refactoring, these are the work we'd like to prioritize. But at the same time, we have to really understand the contribution to company. So therefore, we have to adjust that priorities accordingly. Refactoring bug fix tasks. So that for that we define the separate OKR, and so that we can handle later. So OKR, so the company KR, are set to facilitate the daily communications. So that's one factor. So Kashima-san, do you have any comment? I felt the same way. Of course, there are some target set for engineering team, but at the same time, we have to place that business side overall target. I know it's a challenge to manage both. I cannot say that we are doing the great work at this point in time, but as Mikael-san mentioned, so of course, and we have to set the engineering side OKR, and so have the business side of the target together and to balance our work. Thank you. OKR and so roadmap, so that it's important to have a more like bird's eye view. And moving on to next. I know there are certain things you want to prioritize, but at the same time, there are business side of targets given to you. So under this circumstance, how do you maintain your motivation? So Mikael-san, please. So speaking of motivation, as a developer, during the development, so there are some technical challenges. We actually enjoy the technical challenge, so that's an important thing. And Mercard feature development, not only creating and developing the feature, we consider that a benefit for Mercari users. It's not like a manager making the unilateral decisions. So backend engineers can express their voice, and they have to, again, express their ideas. So these are also important too. So by expressing the voices, so I think we can raise our motivation. So the customer first approach and have a good communication, I guess. Yes. Kashima-san, I know the time is running out, but what about you? Related to our first point, at the beginning of the quarter, it's not like we have a fixed target that, again, the target is subject to change. So there are a lot of things what we want to do. So based on my experience, so I involved in that product development. So the fact that I involved in multiple projects is keeping me highly motivated. So, okay, thank you. So again, so that's all for our panel discussion with these three members. So I think the time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. I am Suzuki Keita. I am the Merpay Backend engineer, and I will be presenting on the title of Behind the Scenes of the Development of Mercari's Constant Point Redemption. So I would like to briefly introduce myself. Starting from 2015, I had joined Origami, who had provided a service called Origami Pay. And I was involved in the development of smartphone QR code payment or bank integration. And as Origami joined Mercari Group in 2020, I joined Merpay, and I am in charge of the product development for Mercari growth. And this is the agenda for today. Before I talk about the development talk, as a precondition, I would like to talk about what is the Mercard's constant point redemption. Always point redemption is a policy whereby customers can earn up to 4 points on purchases made on the Mercard credit card offered by Mercari, depending on the amount spent. Currently, the redemption rate is 1 to 4% for purchases made on Mercari, and fixed at 1% for purchases made at non-Mercari stores such as convenience stores and supermarkets. The redemption rate fluctuates based on customers' transaction. And the main function of this measure are point redemption and the display of point schedules to be rewarded. Points are immediately redeemed at the time of settlement for the next month's billing after purchases are made on Mercari. And in addition, the points are scheduled to granted for point redemption are always displayed on the product detail screen of Mercari. And email push notification at the same time paid in the payment history. The characteristics is that the point redemption is handled asynchronously out of the view of the application. In contrast, the displays of point to be rewarded is displayed synchronously in real time visible from the app. And for this reason, PubSub and the APIs are developed. Synchronous or asynchronous is a big difference, but there is a lot of common logic in point calculation and reduction eligibility determination. After determining the customer's redemption rate, we calculate points based on the amount spent. And we also determine if the customers are eligible or not. And we determine the customer's card status and whether the merchant is an eligible merchant or not based on the settlement unit of the charge. For example, some merchants are not eligible for electronic money recharge. And with these assumptions of constant point redemption in mind, I would like to move on to the development of the system. First, let me talk about the system configuration. These are the related microservices. The service that will be the star of this session is Santa. The service is responsible for campaign management and point redemption. There are the 6 main services related to the always point redemption. There are other services, but we have focused on the most relevant microservices for this session. Each of the related services have these responsibilities. To add the stage management of the loyalty service, the stage is raised by the customer's actions of selling, buying, and paying on Mercari, and this is where this is managed. Santa and these services pass information from each other through GPRC and PubSub. Each microservice has its own ownership team, and the growth platform team, which I belong, is responsible for the development and operation of Santa and loyalty. This section describes the system configuration and process of point reimbursement. When the Mercard clearing is completed, PubSub message is issued by a service called deferred. Subscribe to this PubSub message is the starting point of this process. From the PubSub message, the clear billing information is obtained and the eligibility is confirmed. To determine the eligibility, information on the status of the Mercari card on the merchant is obtained from each microservice via the gRPC API. We also obtain the customer stage to determine the variable redemption rate and calculate the points. And the points are then rewarded. This is the point redemption sequence. Next, I will explain the system configuration and process for displaying points scheduled to be awarded. Points to be awarded are displayed on the product details screen of Mercari or in emails and push notification at the time of payment and in the payment history. But I would like to explain the case of the product details scope. Since this is an API-based process that requires synchronous return of the points scheduled to be rewarded to the application, a gRPC service is set up. The product amount comes from the app through the API gateway and microservice called item detail, which is responsible for product detail. Similar to the point redemption process, information on the status of the Mercari card is obtained through the gRPC API to determine if it is eligible for redemption, and the customer stage is also obtained to determine the redemption rate, and the points are calculated. And at the end, the points are returned as a response and can be displayed on the application. The next section focuses on the backend development of the Santa service. The Santa service is connected to the Cloud Spanner schema, and that it can have data for campaigns and point redemptions. The data for always a point redemption of Mercari card is defined in the campaigns table. Since the point redemption rate varies depending on the campaign, we have created a parent-child interleaved table called campaign stage rate, which allows multiple redemption rates to be defined for a single campaign. And depending on the customer's stage, the reduction rate is determined. This is the image of the data. For purchases on Mercari, the redemption rate changes every 0.1%. I would like to add a brief explanation of the filtering used to determine a campaign's eligibility for redemption. The filter is a JSON format string that is used to determine eligibility according to the contents of the filter set. The filter changes depending on the campaign, but for constant point redemption, it determines that the status of Mercari card or Mercari and non-Mercari payments and merchants that are not eligible for redemption. From this point on, what I hope to present and pick up some of the innovations that we made in the development process. The loyalty service was newly launched, Microservices, with this feature. And there was a discussion around whether the loyalty or Santa service should have a point redemption rate. There was a discussion about which service should be have the point redemption rate, and the loyalty service has that. But when thinking of using the loyalty should be only responsible for managing the customer stage, and that each microservice would be responsible for handling redemption rates according to the customer stage. We have decided to leave the management of the customer stage to loyalty and leave the handling of the customer. Next, I will discuss the use case of point redemption and display of a point to be rewarded. Although the behavior of point redemption and point calculation based on the redemption rate is almost the same, there's a big difference between asynchronous and synchronous processing, and the required SQLs are different. One of the indicators is latency. Since Mercari's product details screen receives thousands of RPS requests and has a large impact on sales, a high latency here would be fatal to the service. For this reason, the point calculation calculator is divided into two categories, those that take the redemption cap into account and those that do not. The calculator that takes the redemption cap into account calculates point after querying the past redemption result, so the load is a little bit higher, but it is only used for asynchronous processing. And secondly, as is usual case in the payment industry, there are cases where different payment methods have different merchant IDs, making it impossible to determine based on a single merchant ID. In this case, the Apple Pay on Mercari. In the case of this payment method, the merchant ID is different from the Mercari because another partner manages the merchant. And if you miss the correspondence, the payment will be considered to have occurred outside of Mercari. Since the redemption rate changed between purchases made on Mercari and those made outside of Mercari, Apple Pay on Mercari must identify the payment as one that was made on Mercari. We have solved this problem by linking and identifying payment merchant information from other partners who manage the merchants. Finally, I would like to talk about what we are currently doing and our outlook for the future so that you can get a better sense of the atmosphere of the development side. Recently, we are organizing campaign to promote the Mercari card. These include campaign to save money when you shop on each month and a special offer to join Mercard. These are realized by adding campaign record to the spender table using the same scheme as the presented earlier. Additional development of the eligibility determination filter may occur in accordance with the redemption condition. We are also doing operational improvements on a daily basis too, with loyalty to improve the stage transaction logic to improve the customer experience, while Santa is automating allowance linkage, which is often a manual operation, and linking with the merchant master to use master ID to determine the different merchant IDs for each payment method. Lastly, looking ahead, there are many new development projects underway, but there is a plan to strengthen collaboration across the entire Mercari Group products and organization, not just in Merpay alone. We are planning to expand and integrate the engagement platform, which is the growth platform of the group, including the content announced today. That will be all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at the Merpay Tech Fest. In this session, I'll talk about merchant settlement system of Merpay. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Shibazaki, and the company Shiba-san, and the people called me, which is a Slack name. And I'm currently a software engineer at Merpay and joined the company in September 2021. And I'm in charge of the development of the merchant settlement area. I am currently a checker ticket on that team. And this is agenda. I would like to give an overview of the merchant settlement and the merchant settlement system of Merpay, how it works. First, our team is in charge of the merchant settlement, and which is the process of the totaling the amount of the money to be paid by Merpay merchant who accept the payment by code and online payment, and to make the payment on the first or the second of the once or twice on each month, and to make the payment display in advance according to the date of the payment. Merchant settlement is a two-step process, creating and the settlement. We will look at each steps in detail later, but first, let's look at clearing. First, clearing is the process of accurately calculating the merchant actual the unsettled sales and the other the charges without over or underpaying, and the finalizing the final sales. Next, settlement, and in the process of the actually transferring the confirmed the sales to the merchant, and if there is a red balance due to the refund or other reasons, fix that amount and invoice to the merchant. That is a flow. There are two main types of customers in Merpay, individuals and the merchant. We manage a wallet payment account for each of them. For more details, please refer to the previous announcement of the payment infrastructure. There's a presentation. The following is an introduction of only the merchant wallet account used for the merchant settlement only. First, there are internal accounts and partner sales account, where the sales are accumulated each time payment is made, and the clearing partner of the sales account, where the confirmed sales are entered after the settlement process is completed. Then the clearing partner debt account, when it is generated as a receivables. The details will be later, but this is an overview of how the settlement process works. When a request for merchant settlement arrives at the settlement service, the service in charge of the settlement process performs the settlement, and then settlement service receives the event from the settlement service, and based on that event, generates a real-time charge from the settlement service, and then once or twice a month, final sales are determined. That a settlement cycle is carried out in this way. Let's take a look at the closer. Let's take a closer look at each step. And first, settlement service requests the Merpay settlement fee from the settlement service in the real time upon receipt of the settlement event. The settlement service then receives the event from the settlement service again at the time that the fee itself settles. That event is then subject to settlement. The settlement service also manages that settings for what kind of the merchant or what kind of settlement is charged, a fee for each merchant, and what kind of merchant or what kind of settlement is charged, a fee for each merchant. And the settlement service also manages the settings for each merchant, such as what kind of the merchant or what kind of settlement is charged for. After the clearing process is completed, we move on to the step of storing the data for settlement based on the data from that settlement event. The data for the merchant settlement manages the movement of money from to merchant, and the movement of money from the customer to the merchant. The merchant ID is stored in the from side of the system, from side of the system, and the to side of the system is used to store that merchant ID. The flow is reversed with respect to refunds and P refines. Next, it is saved, and then the risk and reconciliation process is carried out to check if that the data for the settlement has been saved correctly with the other microservices. And then the transaction data saved in the previous steps is reconciled one by one with the data from accounting and booking the service, and the data is updated as reconciled data. Then the date and time are totaled for the reconciled transaction data. Here, based on the result of that reconciliation, the merchant X has stored the sales data for October 3rd and the date and time of that 300 yen in this example. This is a flow in which the sales from multiple member stores are consolidated into a single transfer destination. The sales of the original merchant are aggregated as temporary settlement data for the incoming payment. And here, the 100 yen each of the child partners, small letters, and ABCs are stored as a parent partner's monetary account amount. After that, the total of the input amount will be calculated once or twice a month. Here is a case where the total is calculated once a month. The data of 1 month of monthly payments from October 1st to the October 31st are totaled and saved as a sales data for October. Sales summaries is a data name. And then after that, the data is used to calculate the actual amount of money entered. Here, the table payout is used to input the total amount. If the previous entry failed, or if there is a carryover settings, then total amount from the previous entry will be added to the total amount entered, even if the previous entry or the previous one failed. After creating the settlement data for each settlement cycle, we will perform the clearing the sales amount. In order to move the money from the partner sales account to the clearing sales account, merchant sales money clearing request is requested to the settlement service, and the money will be moved to accordingly. Here, the figure shows that 5,000 yen was on a partner sales account and 5,000 yen was added to clearing sales account. This is the root balance in case of the sales at the end of the end of the cycle goes negative due to refund or other reasons. Clearing has just been performed on clearing account, but if a red balance is generated, a request to move the money will be made to the account for settlement service. Here, if the sales amount has become minus 2,000 yen during the October, then the 2,000 yen is moved from the place called clearing account at the end of the clearing step. And we will perform the netting process between the two accounts. Here, when 2,000 yen is entered into the clearing the dipped account, and then 5,000 yen is on the clearing partner as the sales account. The netting is done, and then have 3,000 yen on clearing partner sales account. Finally, we perform the sales settlement transfer in accordance with the merchant date of entry. Based on the data of the amount of money to be entered created at the time of the clearing, a transfer request is made from the bank connection service through the settlement service on the date of entry. The banking connection service will retrieve the input data after the data of a subsequent input. The settlement service receives the data via the settlement service and updates the entry status. Here, 12,000 yen is transferred, and the result of the money transfer is updated and stored in the payout. This completes the general flow of the merchant settlement system. Lastly, I would like to talk about the challenges, the issue we have. There are two issues as of now. The first is a tight coupling of the merchant fee, insurance, and the settlement process. The timing of the processing is the same as fee issuers. So the domain of the settlement process is closely coupled with that of the data creation process, although the fees are different. We will try to solve this with the data creation part of flow to be separated. The second is at the time of the reconciles, and that depends on the accounting ledger, and if there is inconsistency or the delay with the settlement processing service, there is a possibility that will affect the settlement. As I mentioned in the announcement of the, as it was mentioned in the announcement of the settlement infrastructure, we are now in the process of installing the service called the processing tracing in order to reduce that dependency on that ledger, the service. That concludes my session. Thank you very much for your attendance. I, Mukasa, would like to present SQL query test with Go. Let me introduce myself. I'm a member of the IDP teams. I joined Mercari in 2020 as a new graduate and joined the Merpay Merchant Management System Development and Operation for 3 years. Currently, I belong to IDP team responsible for authentication and authorizations. So here is today's agenda: background, challenges, solution, demonstration, benefits, and a future prospect. First, let me explain the background.
The merchant management team has several BigQuery SQL query with complex conditions. For example, some queries such as cost calculation related to merchant management are difficult to manage, such as microservices, because the requirements change regularly due to changes in the external environment. Not only were these queries complex, but they also had testability issues. This made it difficult for developers to perform testing and to feel comfortable making changes to the queries. So what is the complexity of such queries? There are two main points. The first is the complexity of the extraction terms. Complex business requirements based on the contract terms added to the complexity of the queries. For example, business requirements to calculate the merchant management fee requires a query that combines the information such as the date of approval, payment information after a merchant is acquired, and QR code in order to calculate fees correctly. These conditions complicated the queries. The complexity was increased by the fact that the queries referenced across multiple microservice databases. Merpay employs a microservice architecture in which services are partitioned by business domain. For example, merchant application screening, business information, payment history, QR code delivery history are divided into separate microservices. On the other hand, in order to calculate management cost, it is necessary to refer across these databases. In addition, some of the dependent microservices are managed by different teams. This situation complicated the queries. So what challenges did the team have with queries? There are two major ones. The first, developer testing of the query was cumbersome. The number of tables and rows of data to be submitted were large due to the reliance on multiple microservice tables. In addition, because of the complexity of the query extraction conditions, the number of test patterns required was large. Therefore, the amount of data that had to be submitted was also large. Another problem was the large amount of manual work involved. Submitting data not generated by the microservice to tables in the actual test environment is problematic. Therefore, it is necessary to create a new table to test the queries and submit the test data to it, rewrite the query to use the table, execute the query, and verify and clean up the result. This is a difficult process for each query modification and for each test pattern. Second, there is a lack of automated testing for queries. There is no automated test suite that could detect degrades. This made it impossible to make query changes with confidence. The solution to these changes is to test against the queries from Go language test. Specifically, we implemented it as a library that is referenced by the test code. By creating a mechanism that allows test data to be submitted in a test code and easily executed SQL on a BigQuery, it can now be tested in a highly readable and maintainable manner. We also created a tool to automatically generate Go structures from queries to assist in this test data generation. In addition, test cases created by this method were accumulated and executed by CI to automate degrade detections. Here is an image of how the whole thing works. The query is tested as a Go test. For each test case, the following are executed. First, extract the tables used by query to be tested and create the tables one by one under the test data set, and insert the test data specified in a test case into our test table. From close is rewritten to use the test table that was used in a previous step. Run the rewritten query to see if the results are the same as expected. Finally, a test case cleanup operation deletes all created test tables. We also created a mechanism to automatically generate the tables used by the query as a goal structure to assist in populating the data from the test cases. Specifically, we created a command that reads all SQL files that exist in the same repository and generates code. The command generates two structures. The first is a structure that represents the list of the tables on which the query depends. It enumerates all the tables on which the query depends and generates a correspondence as a goal structure. The enumeration of the tables used was done using regular expression and parsing from clause. The second is a goal structure corresponding to each table definition. For each query calculated above, we created a command to generate the schema definition for the table by referencing the actual BigQuery table definition. Now I will demonstrate how to create the task for query using the actual tools we have created. Here is a SQL query to be tested for the demo. This query joins the user and charge table by user ID and calculates the total settlement amount for a user type, which is organic. We will write a test against this query. Prior to that, we will write a test against this user table and the charge table. Here is a definition of user table that exists on a BigQuery. The user table is created with a row for each user. The other will be a charge table for the payment service. The charge table creates one line for each user's payment code. Now we'll actually write the test. First, we'll run the code generation command before writing the test. Here is a definition of the user table that exists on a BigQuery. So the user table is created with a row for each user. And so that you can see that goal list. And also the helper function is created for this query. So let's write a test. So we will use this helper function to actually write a test for the query here. Each slice corresponds to each line. Since the table in the previous query was the data join table by user ID, so we declare a variable to use the same user ID. So thus I will use the same user ID and set the amount to 1000. And also that a user type and had to be referral organic, so I will set the user type to organic. So I'll print the query that this helper function generates and run this query on the BigQuery. So let's execute this test. When this test is executed, you can see the query is here as an output, and this helper function creates a test table and inserts this data into it, and then creates a query here that rewrites the modification to use this test table And so when this is actually executed in BigQuery, it is confirmed that the data entered here and total amount is 1,000. So I just demoed a test that can be written for query as a test of Go in this way. So next I'll discuss the effectiveness of the query test. There are two major points. The first is that developer testing is now easier to perform and the queries can be changed with confidence. So now, so that you can get a type assistance for coding test data, so you can prevent misspecification of the column names or the data types and enjoy the benefit from code completion by the IDE. In addition, commonization of the test data and the use of table tests are now possible, and differential tests can be used. So this makes it easier to add the cases such as boundary value test cases, where only one value is changed and tested. Commonality also lowers the cost of exhausting testing of queries. Second, accumulation of the developer test cases has made it possible to detect degradation. The accumulation of automated test case has made it easier to detect degradation in the query changes, allowing the query changes to be made with more confidence. We have the following 3 ideas for future functions. The first is to consider replacing the QA test cases. And we'd like to apply this tool to QA testing to create a system where the test data submission and QA test execution, test case maintenance can be completed on a QA team side. The second is to visualize test case coverage of queries. We'd like to introduce a similar mechanism in this method. So there are metrics easily available in Go. For SQL queries, we'd like to have a similar mechanism. The third is to examine the correctness of the submitted test data. If there's a discrepancy between the submitted test data and the data generated by microservice, the test will be meaningless. Currently, when creating test data to be used for query testing, the data is created based on understanding of the behavior of dependent microservices. To minimize the risk of this discrepancy, we'd like to consider that visualization of data interface. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, welcome to our presentation on accelerating fraud detection using data on fraud risk of potential transactions. My name is Liu, and together with my amazing teammate, Victoria Lee, we are part of the Merpay fraud prevention team. Today, we are excited to take you on a journey through our fraud detection techniques. Before we dive into the details, allow me to introduce myself briefly. I joined Merpay in October of 2019 as a machine learning engineer, and since then, I have been involved in the development of fraud prevention system.
Hi, I'm Lee. I joined Yahoo Japan in April 2017 and have been working as a software engineer. Since January 2019, my focus has shifted on being a machine learning engineer, and I joined Merpay in September 2021, where I am involved in building machine learning platforms and recently working with technologies such as the Feature Store and the GraphDB.
Thank you, Lee. And here are some of our fraud prevention models and techniques. Please take a look at the blog posts if you are interested. And here are some past events we joined. Okay, now let's move on to the core of our presentation. We will cover 5 key contents: background, mechanism, system architecture, feature store, and summary. First, background. Our fraud detection strategy centers around 2 types: afterward detection and the immediate detection. Afterward detection means we stop the delivery of products or take some other actions after spotting a fraudulent transaction. While it prevents further losses, there is a risk of missing some frauds because some items might have already been marked as delivered. On the other hand, immediate detection allows us to swiftly act upon discovering fraud, which response times as low as 0.1 second. This way, we catch frauds that afterward detection might miss. To achieve immediate fraud detection, we have 2 important components in our approach. First, there is a judge service, a super fast fraud prevention system provided by the DNS backend team. It's designed with low latency. Second, our machine learning team delivers ML solutions that ranged from daily batch processing to 1-minute latency. By combining these strategies and technology, we are able to detect and prevent many kinds of fraudulent activities in real time. With that context, let's now move on to the second aspect of our presentation, the mechanism behind our accelerated fraud detection. This mechanism enables us to provide a potential risk rank even before a transaction occurs, helping us proactively mitigate risks. Our mechanism evaluates the risk of potential transactions before they are completed. It's like checking for risks in advance. The key to achieve this is using existing and updated attribute data even before the transaction occurs. This data includes important details like item information, seller information, buyer information, and more. These features are necessary in assessing the risk of potential transactions. By analyzing this data, we can predict possible fraud activities and take action in advance. This makes our fraud detection system proactive and efficient, ensuring a safer experience for all customers. In simple terms, our mechanism consists of three main steps. Our ML solutions using advanced machine learning models, calculating the risk of a potential transaction based on attribute data when it's created or updated. The potential risk rank is then sent to the judge service for evaluation once the calculation is done. The judge service continuously checks ongoing transactions in real time, identifying potential fraud. This streamlined process enables us to detect and prevent fraudulent transactions before they can cause any harm. For our ML solutions, one pain point is with batch prediction. Batch prediction can sometimes cause delays in processing, which can affect the effectiveness of our fraud detection system. If the calculation is not completed before the transaction is proceeded, it will be too late for the judge service to take action on risk transactions. So the latency of ML solutions is a critical factor that we was continuously working to optimize. As we strive for near real-time detection, reducing latency was a key priority for us. To overcome these challenges and accelerate our fraud detection process, we've added a streamlined solution to the existing batch solution. This solution makes use of fixed online store and a stream prediction system, allowing us to handle data in real time and enhance the efficiency of our detection process. Now that we covered the mechanism, let's proceed to the third aspect of our presentation, the system architecture. Our system architecture integrates various components, ensuring a smooth and efficient fraud detection process. The architecture is built on four main parts. First, our feature store, which will be introduced by Lisan in the next part. The batch system powered by Vertex pipeline. The stream system leveraging microservices for real-time processing. The publish API, which is an important service responsible for delivering results to the judge service. This comprehensive architecture enables us to calculate and deliver the prediction of risks by need. The batch system plays a significant role in handling large-scale data processing and model prediction, allowing us to efficiently calculate risks based on vast amount of historical data. To handle the batch processing effectively, we rely on Cloud Scheduler, which helps us schedule and trigger predictions on a daily or hourly basis. The PubSub and the Cloud Run acting as the Vertex pipeline executor. Vertex pipelines for data processing and model prediction. Additionally, the data is stored and managed using the powerful combination of Spanner and BigQuery. And next is the stream system. We have 3 microservices for the stream system. 1 workload service with multiple subscribers, 1 for feature server integration, and 1 for ML predictions and logic parts. The data is stored and managed using Spanner. There is a sequence diagram about how these microservices works together. Please take a look if you are interested. The third part, publish API, which are responsible for delivering results to the judge service. We have an outbox table to store all the information we want to deliver and a Cloud Run service for publish API. Here is our outbox, including ID, information used in PubSub message, the target PubSub topic. Different solutions usually have different topics, some timestamps, and a flag of if this record is published, and a timestamp for the publish schedule, which tells the publish API don't publish this record until this time. Here is the publish API, a crucial service deployed on Cloud Run. The publish API is responsible for publishing the result to the judge service. For batch system, the publish API triggered every minute by Cloud Scheduler, ensuring that we regularly update our fraud detection results based on the latest data. For the stream system, the publish API responds to messages received via PubSub, allowing us to deliver the results to the judge service immediately. Okay, here is a diagram about how publish API works. Please take a look if you are interested. And that's all from me. Thank you. It was a pleasure to present the first part of the presentation. And now let's warmly welcome Lisa to introduce the next parts.
Thank you, Liu, for amazing presentation. Let's dive into the feature store part. Feature store is mainly responsible for data inputs for feature extraction, model training, and prediction. We use BigQuery and Spanner to store data and manage features using Feast, an open-source feature store for machine learning. In the previous presentation, Liu introduced the stream prediction to detect the fraud faster. In addition to prediction, serving features at near real-time and low latency is also crucial. To address this, we have implemented Feast Online Store, a powerful tool to allow us to store and serve features. At first, please let me introduce what a feature store does briefly. This figure shows a typical ML infra without a feature store. Without a feature store, we face the challenge of duplicating the same code across multiple training jobs, and features are not easily reusable because they are often embedded within training and serving processes. So data scientists need to write low-level code to access data stores, which requires data engineering skills. And this figure shows the life after a feature store. A feature store allows the centralized management of features between data source and the models. So with a feature store, all features can be stored and managed in one place, making them reusable across the different models. Data scientists can now search for features, easily use them to build models with API support, and the ML engineer can focus on model management, while the data engineer can concentrate on feature generation and management. So this allows for effective role allocation and enhance the productivity. Within the feature store, there are 2 distinct components, the online store and the offline store. They serve different purposes in a simple manner. The online store is designed for real-time, low-latency access to features during inference or serving. It is only store the latest features for each entity and optimized for quick retrieval of feature values to support real-time predictions. On the other hand, the offline store is used for batch processing and the training jobs. It focuses on storing and managing large volumes of the historical feature data that is used for offline model training and batch predictions. So these two components work together to provide efficient and effective management of the features. And this is the total feature store architecture. First, the OSS itself doesn't store any data. Instead, it leverages the system as BigQuery and Spanner for data storage and retrieval. The feature store serves as a middleman, making it easy and organized to access the feature data. So let's focus on the online store first. Online store has two different methods of ingesting data. First one involves processing data from the Kafka using Flink and ingesting the processed data into the online store through a feature server. The second method is materializing data from the offline store to the online store. Because some features are not real-time features, which couldn't directly get from the Kafka, so we need to fetch the data from the offline store. About the offline store, we use dbt, a data transformation tool to create and manage the feature tables. And for the execution, we use Cloud Scheduler to trigger the materialized job. So, since we have two possible ways to ingest the data into the online store, which features should be materialized and which features should be ingested by stream? Basically, real-time features should be ingested and processed through stream ingestion. On the other hand, non-real-time features, such as aggregated features, should be materialized from the offline store. But it's also acceptable that materialize all features into the online store. In this case, the model performance is basically the same as batch prediction. And we have two types of materialization jobs, scheduled and on-demand. Cloud Scheduler is mainly for the scheduled jobs. We configure and add settings about the materialization job, which allow us to execute the job on a daily or hourly basis. For the on-demand execution, we directly send message about the job information to the PubSub. So the PubSub component in this case is working as a hub, accepting all requests related to the materialization jobs. Once the job configuration is accepted by the PubSub subscriber, it requests the feature server to start materialization job. And one more issue I want to talk about here is how to manage the feature view between online store and offline store. A feature view is like a container that holds related features from a data source. It represents a logical grouping of the features of the entity. So let's say there is a feature view named M at the offline store, having the features that feature A, which is real-time feature, and the feature B, which is non-real-time feature. So if we also want to put the data to the online store for model serving, we need to choose the way to ingest the data to the online store. So here comes the question. When feature A is ingested from Kafka via stream ingestion, while feature B is ingested by materialization, this simultaneous ingestion can potentially cause the overwriting in the same feature view. This figure shows what's happening if we use the both way to ingest the data. Because stream ingestion and the materialization are executed at the level of feature view, so if we use both ways to update the different features in the same feature view, it may cause the overriding. Of course, we could materialize all features from the offline store to avoid the overriding, but since the stream ingestion is near real time, so we also want to make the most of it. The solution is quite simple. just split the feature view at the online store. We create 2 feature views at the online store for different ingest methods. Stream feature view, which only contain real-time feature that could be ingested from Kafka, and materialize feature view, which only contain the features from materialization from the offline store. When we provide features for model serving, we combine 2 feature views within online store to make sure all features are available during the prediction process. For now, we are able to provide features from the same feature view, even the frequency of the updates are different. And this is pretty much the idea of the solution. So let's jump into the summary. In this session, we presented a new mechanism for enhancing fraud detection speed, which is calculate and provide potential risk rank before transaction has been made to immediate fraud prevention system. This mechanism accelerated fraud detection and deliver ML model predictions for real-time fraud prevention strategies. Also, we share the way of implementation of this mechanism within the system architecture. By adding stream system to existing batch system, we have taken one step closer to a comprehensive fraud prevention solution. At the end, here's one more announcement. We have incorporated graph databases into our fraud prevention system. Graph-based approach demonstrate remarkable effectiveness in detecting fraud. By finding the relationships or patterns between data, we can identify various types of the fraud. So please stay tuned for upcoming blog posts for more details. Okay, that's all for today's presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. So we will present the QA and the risk management in Merpay ML. So thank you for joining. So we welcome your questions during the panel session. So if you have any questions, so please so post a comment either on X or YouTube chat. So we welcome your comment and questions, and you can see the hashtag Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest, and please use this hashtag when you post your comment on X. So let us proceed to our side of self-introduction. So I'm Shu Kojima. So I belong to an ML team. So I'm a manager for fraud detection. Originally, I was an engineer for an outsourcing developer. So after that, so I became data scientist working at Albert. So now, and I joined the Merpay as a data analyst. So through machine learning engineers, jobs. So now I became a manager for a fraud prevention team. So I'm Yuki Saito. At Merpay, System Security Risk Division, so I serve as a director. Originally, as a new graduate, I initially joined in a large-scale precision equipment manufacturer as a network engineer. But I wanted to pursue my career in financial services, so I switched my job to work for financial Fintech. And so as an IT engineer, so I have worked in the financial services. And after that, I work as a system risk consultant. And here I am in charge of system risk management. So I'm Haruki Koneko at Merpay. I'm a manager for risk management team. Speaking on my background, so I have spent all my career for credit risk management. So I used to work for card loan companies. So I was stationed in Hanoi in Vietnam and to work for a joint venture recently. So I work in German auto OEM for consumer loans, so mainly for consumer scoring models and credit strategy formulations, and also how to assign or what level of the credit to individuals are the one I worked, and also since 2021, so I joined the Mercari risk management team. So let us begin. So here is our overview. We in Merpay, so we leverage ML for credit and fraud detection. So Fintech required high degree of risk management. So in order to ensure the quality, we have set up the rule and the flow. Of course, we shouldn't compromise the speed at the front line in a business. So we worked to set up the right balance. So spending the next few minutes, so let me set the stage so that you can understand the panel discussion better. So this is our ML model. So first for the credit modeling, based on the customer's past transactions, we predict again, that non-collectible, liability ratio, just to set the right usage limit. And the next is fraud prevention. So we use the ML to detect, again, the suspicious transaction and the individuals. So next is Merpay's risk management. So Haruki-san, so would you please present? So here is the risk management at Merpay. So the Fintech handles the customer's money. Of course, because of that, high quality is required. If the incident happened, so we have to report to METI or FSA for incidents because we have to hold accountability. Especially for one of the Merpay strengths is that we are the first comprehensive credit purchase intermediator. We call it AI credit license internally. So we are the first company to be certified. Because of that, so that we are using ML for installment, and we calculate the right amount. This ML system, we have to make sure that its behavior is everything we expect. So that's why we have to have a robust risk management framework. So this is the organization. So this is the governance structure. You can see first line and second line and third line. We call it as a 3 lines models. So the left bottom, so we have a product manager and engineers. So they develop the product and provide that product to customers. So that's the first line. And second line handle the risk. And they support the first line, and we call it a second line. So that but we have an internal auditor system. Finally, at the third line, so we have this role and responsibility defined, and so across 3 lines. So if you look at second line in the bottom, you can see the risk and legal and compliance. So from my risk management perspective, so ML team engineers, and so validation result, once we receive that, we revalidate one more time from risk management perspectives. Therefore, we closely collaborate with first line team so that we can provide a safe and secure product to our customers. And at the second line, in order to minimize the risk, we set internal rules and internal manuals and internal policy. So we have to translate this information into document. and which is provided to first line. Sometimes we collaborate with the front line to jointly create a document. So what we'd like to talk about today is that especially ML area. So we didn't have a clear-cut rule, so that's why we created the rule for ML utilizations. And moving on to next. So from my side, so I will talk about the two types of ML risks. And there are system risk and model risks we have to consider. For system risk, so unexpected system behavior like application suspended and also the takeover from a third party. And for the model risk, this is the unexpected behavior in the models and the uncollectible loan ratios and also the ratio of the fraudulent transaction if the accuracy is deteriorated, so that leads to business loss. And also the system risk and the rule base is a basic logic, but the model risk is we have a black box algorithm. And also that the way to mitigate the risk is different for the system risk. And we can have a third-party QA team, and that again, for risk mitigation for the model risk. So the business KPI validations and also the business KPIs backtest monitoring. It's an activity set for the model risk. So we'd like to proceed to discussion part. Haruki-san. So the model we use and also governance structures are presented so far. So from my side, so I have a question for system risk. So if we consider ML system risk, we need to consider how we can have a good QA team. So what kind of discussion you had? Not only for QA, for a system risk guideline and policy is something we have to really consider. So ITGC, so we have to really consider the QA team, which is independent from the development teams. So that kind of the rule should be established. And not only for Merpay, but usually these are the standard practice. So of course we set the policy like that, but at the same time, so this independent QA team have to have different knowledge from development teams. But the conventional knowledge cannot be directly applicable to an ML model. So that was the biggest challenge from the beginning to the end. Speaking of ML, so creating the test case is difficult, so the metamorphic test. So this is proposed in overseas, but I think still it's the work in progress. And also, it will be unrealistic to ask the QA to do all of this kind of work. So again, this ML technology is evolving. So, and also it's quite to reach the consensus internally. So how did you work to get an internal consensus? Initially, again, that model QA is very difficult, so we asked the board member to treat this as an exception. But it doesn't mean that we don't really have to do QA for this ML space. So that was the initial pain point. And so Yuki-san, what did you think? As you pointed out, so the model correctness. So like if we have some fraudulent condition in the models, so that if we cannot apply the QA, so that we again that's not acceptable. Therefore, and for this one, probably we have to think about how to set the right exceptions. So as a governance and policy, so the independent QA organization is relatively easier option. So probably, well, I think that if we can use a developer to conduct the QA, but if the developer didn't do QA, and sometimes the developers might put some vulnerability in the system unintentionally. If we consider this scenario, it's efficient to have an independent QA team to conduct the QA work. But it's not the must, but at the same time, it's a third-party QA. It's difficult to achieve. If we set that third-party QA as a must, although it's impossible, so that wouldn't really work if we consider governance. Therefore, so given the Merpay product and organization structure, so we wanted to be more flexible to identify the right option. So that was the condition.
And that is what I want to work with Shuke-san's team and IT risk team and the other risk teams. And that's what we consulted with us. But the alternative governance, I think, was the key. At the time, the concept of model risk was not a focus as a company. I mean, system risk was the first focus we had. But when we're not able to give full guarantee as a system risk, then the new QA pillar called the model risk needs to be established. So the black box will be covered by model risk, and that was the direction we took. And to be specific, the bugs, rather than QAing all the bugs, the backtest or the monitoring of the business KPI should be checked with the QA people, and building a rule like that can be ensured. When you have a macro view, we are quite okay with that. I mean, globally, there's the PCISS, and alternative controls are being defined. I mean, when you're not able to follow the ordinary best practice, having an alternative control is something that is coming out. And in the first place, QA looks at the massive amount of system distribution, and you're checking various things to see that everything is okay, but that is not the objective. I mean, as long as you're able to identify the critical bugs, it should be okay. So by having the agreement with the business side, the bugs or the errors in the business can be identified and fixed. And that process, I don't know if that's the ideal solution, but in order to ensure the efficiency of the QA process, I think this could be one of the good approaches that we found between the two businesses or two departments. Okay. Well, the definition, the approach of the conventional QA cannot be enough for the black box. And in order to address that, you capture the model risk to address it. And at the time, during meetings, you had very hard discussions, and I can remember that scene. And I'm sure you overcame a lot of discussions, but what other challenges or issues did you have other than that? Well, the other big discussion was the black box. Well, although we have decided that we won't apply ordinary QA process, but the role-based black box, we said that we will observe it. Although it's a ML system, the black box algorithm is doing like front-end process or back-end process, and there's a more role-based process. And are we going to request the QA team to do QA on all of them? And if we do that, the development speed will be slower. And if the characteristic value is lowest, and the third party did a lot of work on QA, would the risk be reduced that much? And there was a question around whether the cost would be viable for the effect. Yes. With the ML model, you use a lot of data and you're trying to raise the accuracy. And if you do this one by one, it would be an endless process. So how did you compromise, or how did you address it? Well, as the border between model risk and system risk are separated depending on the process, I think that's what worked. Well, you see the diagram here, but the ML that we're using is calculating some sort of a probability. And this probability, if the back process is wrong, that would translate to like having an error, a mistake on the credit line for credit cards. And so we decided that that's a direct impact. So we should do a thorough QA on this. And for other things, we could absorb that using model risk. And so by looking at the business risk KPI, we decided to assure the QA. But if the system is not running or the batch process is not running, will be absorbed on the system risk side, so that we can lower the burden on the engineers to ensure QA. Do you have any impressions in that discussion? Well, personally, this is a part where I had to think a lot. The model risk and system risk. I went back and reconsidered the definition. I mean, system risk is like an unexpected computer outage or a malfunction of a computer. That is the system risk. But when you think of model risk, like Shuke mentioned, it's different to the system risk. It has a different characteristic, and when that happens, I have to think about their assurance for both. I mean, system risk would something that could be reproduced, and every time you try out, you would still get the same answer. And however, model risk, I don't know if the expression is right, but this is like identifying the anomaly and building improvement for the business. So when I say anomaly, I don't know if this gets through, but we use that word in like the futures world. I can't have a logical explanation, but something goes wrong. Or as a single time solution that can happen, but this could be an anomaly when you compare holistically. So ensuring that I thought would be the QA for model risk. And the applying a QA that is done in the other domain may not work here. It's more like similar to the securities behavior detection. I mean, this behavior could continue for some time. And if there's like an unusual behavior, it could be fraudulent activity. And thinking of that is something that made me think a lot. Well, I used to work for a traditional banking company, and with a white box type of model, QA or UAT was possible. But after joining Merpay, the ML model is being in many places, and so I was impressed. Thank you. And for the first AI credit, I would like to be the one asking questions because I talk too much. I think we're a little bit behind on schedule, so I will be asking questions instead. So model risk management, what was the trigger of deciding this system around model risk? Well, Merpay, the situation that we're in is that as an industry, there are other companies like credit card or installment payment, and there is a very strong need in the society, and there's a law deciding how the payment should be made. And we have the AI credit license. That is a license that's allowed by the Ministry METI, and the credit line can be calculated using the model. And this is very flexible, but we need to be very careful about the quality. ML output. Being able to decide flexibly would mean that we have more responsibility, and so we need to fulfill the criteria. So we don't want to introduce any weird system and cause confusion to the user, so we have a very strong sense of tension in the development field. Well, we do have a lot of pressure. I mean, there's a very strong requirement, and you have been fulfilling the requirement from the beginning, right? Yes, initially, a few years back, we had some difficulties, and there was some change in credit strategy, and it was quite human dependent. And when we issued a credit, we did have some score, but it exceeded the ceiling, and we needed to review the strategy. And so although we always have a buffer to control the possibility of bad loans, but if the risk is bigger than our expectation, that would give a financial impact. So this is very sensitive. And although on the other hand, MO and the business side is discussing to decide the criteria, but it's not documented as a policy. So at the time, it was very human dependent. And the KPIs that we refer to will be the KPIs that are monitored by the ML engineers. But when you translate that into business impact, it was very difficult to understand how big the impact was. Okay. And after that, AI credit, in order to drive AI credit based on the regulation, what sort of flow did you develop? I mean, if I had time, I want to ask what the AUC is. Well, I can't explain what AUC is in the remaining time, so you can skip. In terms of the flow that we built, we looked at what types of model that we have, and we organized that and the events that would trigger the development and also the workload of the development, and to allow the stakeholders to be able to make the decision, we needed to visualize things. I mean, credit is very closely related to the lives of the consumers, and so after deploying ML, rather than just using AUC, but also business KPI was also monitored too. So that was a big point. If it's just an ML engineers, we just talk about AUC and that's it. But AUC and the business result relationship is not that clear. I mean, the trend variable that we said a few years ago, is it still adequate now? Because of those factors, even with the same KPIs, the business impact will totally differ. And so although we come up with different efforts, we did simulation of the model output giving impact on the business. And because of that, we were able to raise the transparency, and we became more aware and more cautious about avoiding risk. In the past few years, yes, the ML team side is more focused on governance and model output, and they are really careful of the meetings, and so developing the roles. And from a risk management perspective, we are really reassured and working together with you. And it's not about building the rule and that's it. I mean, with the ML2, how can we penetrate this further? And building the checklist and penetrating the governance is something that we're still working on. So we want to constantly work together to release safe and reassuring products. Well, we're a little bit over time because we were so excited, but that will be all for today's discussion. I hope to get your feedback in the survey later on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. And we'll be discussing about the utilization of LLM at Merpay and Mercoin. And as of now, like the global tech companies and e-tech companies, and who's been investing on those LLM technologies, and which we'll be discussing about, and how we are tackling with this. And this is going to be one of the focus or the highlight of this year's event. And yesterday, Google Cloud Large Vision Language Visions, LLMs with a vision, and for that text message, there was an announcement about it, and image, the search, and that has been published. And Mercari, the learning data has been provided, and we've been collaborating with them. And there was an announcement yesterday that I have found, and I think that this is a timely information. Let's start now. Let's start from the self-introduction. And yesterday, we also introduced Merpay ABPOE, and my name is U2, and N2, and I will be facilitating this. And before I joined the company in May, until then, on the web, the search technologies, and that's where I was engaged with in the past. And then for the language models, I did not think that it's going to be very popular, and there was a great development like this. And generative AI, Amazon is here as well, so we can probably have a deep dive discussion here today. Hey, Maze-san, can you start the self-introduction? And hello, and I am at Mercari, and Maze speaking. And in terms of the generative AI that I am engaged with, and until then, 2000, which year was it? 2021, and the social shop was established. And until then, I was a representative of that company, and 100% I am actually committing to this generative AI. And before I started the social, and I was at the Merpay, and the funding the Merpay, starting at the Merpay, and then also Torisai in terms of the financial, the credit checking area, and that I was engaged. And today we'll be discussing about Merpay Mercoin, LLM, the usage, and I'm very happy to be here, and I am honored to be here. Thank you. And Tori-san, please. And hello, everybody. My name is Torigoe, and 2018, I actually joined the Merpay as the for the AML engineers, and I was in charge of that, the applications in that area, and then also as of now, the Merpay's machine learning area, I was a manager, and then also LLM, which we'll be discussing today, and utilizing those new technologies and provide the new the values. And I am also a manager of that team. And today, in the past 6 months, and what we've been doing, and based on our experience, we'd like to have a great, fun discussion. Thank you. And now, if there's a question, and regarding LLM, I think that there will be lots of questions. And hashtag Merpay Mercoin Tech Fest, and that's where you can post the question. And please post the question if you have. And with the accent, I will be waiting for your questions. And now, and we would like to move on to the first theme. And what we've been doing LLM area in Mercari. And Maze-san, could you probably start discussing about it? Thank you. And now we'll talk about the Mercari Group's generative AI, what we've been doing in that area. And please go to the next slide. And starting in May at Mercari, and we have set up the exclusive team for the generative AI in LLM. And go to the next slide. And the mission of this team is that there's two missions, and using the generative AI and LLM technologies, and then we are going to create the new customer experience and also the maximize the impact of the business. And the second mission is going to be the Mercari Group and over 2,000 people of the employees that we have, and we would like to increase the productivity dramatically. And that is the second mission, and we are now working on that, and as much as possible. And because this is the exclusive team, and we would like to be immobilized with this. And next, and within the team, and there's the two things that we are focusing on, and what is the enabling and the building. And for this generative AI technologies, and we should not close this within just one team. And therefore, as much as possible, we would like to roll out to the 2,000 people at the Mercari, and who needs to be able to utilize at a full scale. And so those kind of activities that we are working on that. And as much as possible, we would like to promote the usage of these kind of technologies, and that is the enabling part. And another thing. And we would like to produce or build something. So the building is another area that we focus on. And for the enabling, and this is what we're doing, and creating the guideline that is the first part. And at the Mercari, and until then, and we've been investing in AI, ML engineers, and there's many of the people who is in engineer and generative AIs and the democratization of the AI, and that is one part of that. And therefore, just the regular the software engineers in general will be able to play with that, and therefore you should feel face, and so that you can develop this. And we are going to create the guideline based on that, and we are aligned with the other teams as well. And then also, a lot of people are quite busy and cannot focus on this, and therefore we are hosting that hackathon type of the meetings. And then if you play with that, and then you'll be able to understand much better. And therefore, we provide such the opportunities. And once in April and June, and then now we are doing this. So every quarters, and we have the hackathon event. Quite often we do this. And next. This is one of the example of the building, and within the team, and this is what we have them. And this is the exclusive the tools for the Mercari employees, and it is ChatGPT, and sometimes in February and March, and open AI is ChatGPT. And if you enter some information, then that is going to be utilized for their learnings, and therefore we cannot actually put our business informations, and this is going to be exclusive for the Mercari employees. So you can put those kind of informations as well. And also, if you are the employees in that case, and you'll be able to utilize the GPT-4 for free of charge, and the Google models that is also supported, and with the same prompt, and what the output is going to be changed. That's you can try. And next, and this is our focus, and existing product that we are going to apply the LLM. And within the Mercari, this is just the image, and in the group as a whole, and there's many functional teams exist, and therefore align with those teams, and we develop the products. And there's two different patterns apply for this, and please go to the next. And the first one is to be led. And LL team, we lead this, including from the plan to implementation, and that is first one. And the second one, co-creations, and with the function team, and they will actually take a lead in the project, and then, and the property area, which model, or which tool, how to use it, and those kind of the details advice that we provide to them. And basically, the function team will lead the project. So that is the second part. And Mercari's teams, like Fintech as well, ML engineers, and there's a lot of ML engineers within the teams of Mercari. And therefore, in that case, they will take that second one's co-creation approach, and they can share what's is their findings. And in terms of the initiatives, And for the existing product, we would like to apply this generative AI in LLM technologies, and that covers a wide areas. And even though it says fintechs, however, in the fintechs, and there's many different types of the use cases. And then also beside this, and the internal tools implementations, and then also using these technologies and create some kind of the new the business areas, and those things that we are trying right now. And no, because this is a team exclusive for this technology and for technology area that we are investing in.
So the model selection. So I know the LLM API should be fully utilized, and we have to think about how to use, and also the number of OSS models. So we will do some fine tunings, and then finally. And so number 3, we haven't really started, but someday, so we'd like to create our, again, so foundational model by ourselves. So thanks to LLM development, there's greater ecosystem players. So therefore, we are trying and all days to find the new ones and attractive ones. So every day we see the new ones, so it's quite difficult for us to try everything, but we like to find the one which we can apply to our product, so that we can get the feedback from users of such a product. Thank you. So in Slack, so I know the software engineers are touching this type of generative AI, so I'm saying that already. So at the same time, so the LLM deployment in fintech, which is a little bit different from Mercari. So Tori-san, can you cover this point? So Merpay and fintech. So when the LLM comes to light, well, we have a variety of engineers. So the engineers were checking them out. But for the LLM, we have to have some dedicated focus. So probably at the same time, as Made-san, we have set a dedicated team. So initial 3 months. So engineers created a plan and also run POC. But having only ML engineers, it's quite difficult to come up with use cases. Therefore, we wanted to hear the ideas from others. So LLM competition. So Google meeting were held. So this is a competition for new ideas presentations. So we had that kind of meetings to get ideas from non-ML engineers. So that was done in Japan. So again, we just wanted to catch up with the latest trend, and at the same time gather the ideas both from engineers and non-engineers. So that's what we have done. So Google meeting. So I think New2 participated. On my day 1, when my Slack account was active, so that I got the request to become a sponsor for this Google meeting. And at the time, I didn't know what this meeting was designed for, but we saw the rapid progress. So the ideas discussed in the Google Kaigi were really translated into some of the actual use cases. So can you talk about that? So we are currently working on that for some we run the POC and also to presented that into a Google meeting, and the team members said the created a presentation video, so we'd like to show you this.
Using the LLM, how we modify that the sentence, which I would like to talk about. And now self-introduction and HMGJ, and that is my name, and at Merpay, and I am in charge of that machine learning. And in 2018, I moved to Merpay, and I'm in charge of that designs for the credit checking or the credit models focusing on the machine learnings and the natural language processing. And to 2023, April of this year, technologies such as LMA-M will be the focus, and I am a member of a team that is working on to catch up with these the new technologies, which I would like to talk about it today. An agenda for today is going to be here an overview, and then also the challenges and the tools at the very end. And I would like to give you the summary. And first, at Mercari, as many touch points with stakeholders, like shown in here in this diagram. For example, in-app notification to the customers and campaign information, and commercial or delivered the language of the Mercari's wordings is promoted in many places, daily basis, and there are many touch points beyond the corporate and the product framework in the media, and therefore the wording, so the language is very important and it's very influential, and this is why it is very important to check the wordings of our internal the documents. A system to check this is very important. We have developed a tool to check the proofreading of these the documents by using LLM. And I would like to introduce our effort in this area. Now I'd like to introduce the actual issues that we had, and also how we have solved the issue. The issue that we would like to solve is very simply speaking like this. And first, and there's a wording rules, but wording rules are not widely known to all the people. So in some cases, it is difficult to utilize them. Secondly, although the checking is performed while looking at the wording rules, the numbers of the items is extremely large, and there are the limit to how much checking can be done by humans. And even if it could be done, it would take a great deal of time. So I was wondering if there was some kind of system that would allow everyone to easily check wordings and perform it in a short period of time. These were functional requirements. And there are three. It's not something that you correct and the documents are given. It's not the end. And there are more requirements which we internally discussed. And the first is that the text of the point to be checked needs to be visualized in the text. The second is to be able to understand the reasons for the points made clearly based on which wordings rule was applied. that have to be well understood by users who actually collect the sentence. And they're supposed to be able to output the document with the entire points pointed out and corrected. These three functions were required. And thirdly, I would like to introduce how we have created in-house tool using LLM to implement in order to fill requirements. And this is a demo tool which we have created, and with this I would like to explain.
So for demo, we try to make it simple. First of all, the text displayed here includes some example sentences, and that you can see the result in the bottom. The unique feature of this UI is that each company has its own set of rules for wording, so users can choose which part of the rules they want to use. So if you press the submit button, so you can activate the proofreading, and next page will show you the result. And you can see that the content after proofreading. So it's a little bit complicated, so let me explain that. And the first one is annotated remarks. So this model is used to indicate which parts of the text are pointed out, and the points are indicated in colors so that it is easy to see which part are annotated, and each color indicates the reason. The second section, explanation of the pointed out section, and shows the reason for the being pointed out and what the reasons are based on the wording rules. Finally, the right side of the screen called suggestions outputs the corrected text of the overall suggestions. If the user has any suggestions that are definitely different from a GPT model, so he or she can choose not to adapt the model suggestions. So that's all for the tool introduction. So now I'd like to briefly introduce the logic behind it. So we know there are three simple steps involved. The first is to check for typographicals and grammatical errors. Second is unique wording, which is checked in accordance with each company's own rules. And finally, proofreading section. So to check for errors in the context of the text, even the text itself is correct, and or that information might not be up to date. So again, so these are the three steps. The flow we have created to implement this is as follows. You can see user input and output information from the left side, so that this flow is not being supported all by LLM, but it uses conventional natural language processing, and wordings can be flexibly devised using the prompt of an OpenAI and chat. Again, the checking of public information is done using raw indexes where data is entered from the outside, checked against the given text, and checked to see which part are correct or incorrect. Finally, I'd like to summarize. So as a summary, based on the LLM, so we created an in-house text editing tool based on GPT 3.5 models. Again, the LLM is excellent at generating main sentences and also the pointing out reason for correction. And so we also use the conventional techniques and as a method in the areas that can be done without LLM. So I myself as ML engineers. So when it comes to trained model handling, and so that is not from the same as what I'm accustomed to. So it was quite interesting learning experience to me. So the sentence proofreading, so we have utilized the LLM. Well, thank you very much for your attention. So thank you very much. So again, in Gugen Kaigi, so I saw a lot of, again, a sentence automatically populated. So I know it's a typical use case. But probably there are some uniqueness of LLM application in the domain of fintech. So I could see that people are very proactive using LLM as a part of process in the fintech domain. But Tori-san, would you like to talk about the uniqueness associated with fintech? So if I look at the fintech side, so there is inflexibility. So because we are the regulated industry, so at the same time, so whenever we communicate with the customers, so because of the regulation, it's quite difficult. Of course, we can use a rule-based approach, but it's boring. Sometimes it's not really easy for a customer to understand our message. So speaking of LLM, so that LLM can bring the flexibility and can offer more like a human touch to it, and LLM can make very complex information easier for a customer to understand. So therefore, we can get closer to customers using LLM. So there are certain points that only LLM can do. So that's for the product side. But for when it comes to internal use case, and once again, we are in the regulated industries, and we have to report to regulatory authorities. And also there are engineers involved and also risk management personnel involved. We all speak in the Japanese, but it's quite difficult to summarize and all of the thought. So for internal communication should be improved. I think LLM has a certain potential. Well, like incident report, for instance. So for incident report, the output required high quality, but for quality management. So do you have any idea? Well, honestly speaking, we don't have a right answer yet. So we just doing our work and while trying to find the right solution. It doesn't matter we are fintech or not. I think there are some common denominators. So by talking with Maje-san, we are working on to develop the company guideline, hallucination, and also how to protect privacy, and also quality assurance. That's an area we are currently working on. But looking at the system only, but we had to understand the audience. And audience is audience customers or internal users. Also, how to handle the policy, and we have to consider all of this element when we considered quality enhancement. So that was my learning experience in this past 6 months. And also, we like to drill further when it comes to LLM applications. So I have tried LLM, but other than ChatGPT, I haven't really seen any actual use cases. So, but two of you are using this LLM almost every day. So what are the challenges and how are you generating the values out of LLM? So Maje-san, can you talk about that? So I think if I give you some abstract image, so there are certain work which can be done by machine. So we can free up people for the work which can be done by machine, so that the people can engage in more value-added work. So I think these are the use cases.
Other than that, the current quality, and then also when we think about the accuracy or the quality, then if you do manually, and in a case, you may be able to achieve the 100%. However, the speed might be needed in the case. The achievement can be done at 60%, but that would be okay in some cases. And iteration cycle can be faster. And if the requirement is like that, in that case, we can use it. And without the we may be able to use it. However, we use it intentionally, like SEO, the backside of that logic, we use the LLM. And for SEO, a meta tag is created. And then also the load data for analysis, we put the load data, and it's not manually done, but GPT will actually do that analysis. And we use it for the pre-processing, and of course that the people or the human will take a look at later for just checking. But we'll be able to reduce time if we use that technologies, and we'll be able to utilize in many areas internally, including into a product as well. And from that particular point, as I have mentioned, that realization, the meetings and development period was less than 1 month. However, the prototype was quite good, even though in such a short period of time. And in 1 year, with the matured the technology, if we use that in the case, our score would be 100%. However, with the LLM, we do it quickly, and the score might be 60%. However, we can access, we can accelerate to make it prototype. And in case of NLP, for the negative analysis, it may done everything in details. However, with the LLM, and instantly you can actually get the outcome to a certain levels. And I think that's where we can use it. Yes, I agree to that. The people who actually did that NP, and it took so long before. And of course, that the human have to check. However, instantly or at the very high speed, you can get the outcome, and that's what we were internally discussing about it. And so we used to have the bad experience because it took so long, and now we can do it right away with this technology. And the other area, that is general people, how they use this, and that's another aspect that we have to think. And us, from the prompt engineering perspectives, and what kind of instructions should be given, and we consider the context to get the best performance, and which we have already learned how to do it. However, on the other hand, like general people, general users, they probably don't know how to ask what the question will be. And from the high context to the low, and that kind of conversion is going to be necessary to provide the value. So for such a future direction, and we still have some time, so we can discuss in terms of the direction, and maybe you can give us one word or more, because we have a time. And what will be the future direction that we would like to head for? Do you have anything? So, Masa-san, can you start? And today, Merpay and Mercoin Fest that we are talking here, and Mercari Group. I'm not quite sure whether how the external people will look at us. However, that among the groups, I used to be in a Merpay, and then I went to so and I came back to Mercari again. So the border is not that clear and easy to collaborate with the group companies, and the findings can be shared as much as possible. And in terms of the future direction, in the product area, in Mercari Group, and there's a variety of the data, and utilizing those data, and so that we'll be able to make more convenient experience to the customers, and in new ways that we would like to solve the current issues. That's what we would like to do. And because it's a new the technology, and therefore we would like to do that iteration cycle faster, and so that we can actually leverage the good part. And internal productivity perspectives, as I have mentioned before, generative AI, the users, which we would like to increase, so the skills need to be increased. And internal people should have more opportunity to use that technology. And to be able to familiar with. And we would like to provide the support for that. So the people who are interested in generative AI now, and please contact us to any team. If you join our team, and you will have a great opportunity to play with it. And Tori-san, please. And simply speaking, and the technology has been evolved drastically. And in a simple manner, for the problems that only the LLM can solve, and such a product that and we would like to embed this technology to such kind of the product, and that's what I would like to release in order to collaborate with many people. And our team, we are waiting for people who are capable in it, and there's a QR code, and please read this, or please refer to the URL, and please apply for that position in our team. And at the very end, this is going to be the end. And if there's any the feedback or the comments, please put it into the questionnaire or the surveys. And Masa-san from Mercari and from Merpay, Teresa, and you too. And I was facilitating. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
I am the data manager of the data management team. My name is Takahashi. I would like to make a presentation titled Developing an Internal Service that Monitors the BigQuery data. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hirohumi Takahashi. I joined in Merpay as a data manager since 2022, and in order to provide the most powerful data analysis environment to the analysts in the Mercari Group, I am working really hard day to day. In the Mercari Group, as a data warehouse, we use Google BigQuery. And there are two teams that are involved in the major teams for the data warehouse. There's the data platform team and the data management team. And the data platform team is in charge of the development and operation of the pipeline that delivers data from the service database to BigQuery. And the data management team is in charge of building the systems or process and providing support that allows the users can use data more safely and reassuring and easily. And we'll be focusing on the outcomes of this team today. The data management team organizes big data BigQuery data to promote the use of the data usage. And for example, we use dbt to convert the raw table into interim tables. And we use GCP managed service, including cloud build, and also Argo workflow as a platform to regularly execute DBT. We received several requests from multiple teams internally, and the specific requirements were different for each request, but they were all asking for or receiving a notification if the data is not correct within the BigQuery table. And on the other teams, they were asking for they're using a BigQuery table data to calculate the expenses for the customer companies, but the table's data is not fulfilling the conditions. And the other team was saying that they use BigQuery table data to conduct the point allocation operation for the customers, but they want to be able to detect some of the errors if the points were a mistake, and there were no services that would fulfill this requirement. In order to fulfill the request from two teams, and in order to be prepared for addressing any similar requirements from other teams, we decided to build a monitoring system that can be used across the company. And this will respond to the request of looking for notification when the data is not correct within BigQuery. And the correctness is dependent on the data that is being monitored. And if the data is recognized to be correct, we return 0, and we will have people build a query so that if the result is not correct, the result that is more than one row will be returned. And by executing this query, if the result was more than one row, we would give a notification. And we built this monitoring system with this specification and named it QueryMon and deployed it internally. The first version of QueryMon was 1.0, and that was deployed on Argo workflow. The workflow template that manages the query execution process was prepared, and the process uses service account name, the query to be executed, in the Slack channel name that will be notified as a parameter. And after the designated service count is impersonated, and after executing the query, if the execution was false, then the message will be sent to the Slack channel. Chrome Workflow has an actual value for workflow template parameter, and it has the role of executing the process and the designated time. Well, this was very simple, but there were several issues. First of all, at the timing where the monitoring should have been done, but the monitoring was not done, and we were not able to notice that. And if there was an issue with the data, the team will be overlooking that issue, and that will be a risk. And next, for the changes on the monitoring target, the QueryMon administrator would need to review this. Monitoring setting was expressed as an Argo Workflows resource, and this resource is changed via CI/CD system, and that required a QueryMon administrator review and approval. And QueryMon administrator has no idea about the domain knowledge, and so we thought it would be better for us to delegate this right to the team. And also, the teams that operate Argo workflow will be a separate team, so therefore, having higher communication cost in time of troubleshooting was another trouble too. Based on the issue that we saw with version 1.0, we decided to develop version 2.0 that would solve those issues. GCP Cloud Scheduler, PubSub Cloud Functions, and Datadog were used for the deployment. And teams established independent GCP projects, and within that team names, query, essay, name, BigQuery execution project, timeout. Such information was prepared in a JSON format, and we prepared a crowd scheduler job that will publish them into QueryMon PubSub. And the resource is now able to change within the approval by the teams. And PubSub has the cloud functions that is a trigger for that pops up. And this function is impersonated to the essay that is included in the topic that is published and execute the query. And the execution result of the query is sent to Datadog as matrix. And if the query result is more than one row, or if it fails, or if the monitoring result doesn't exist for a certain time, Datadog will send a message to Slack. And based on this system, the class scheduler job will need to publish a message to PubSub topic. Originally, Cloud Scheduler supports the jobs that would support publish the topic to PubSub, but like with this system, if the PubSub topic is on a separate project, then it will not be available. But this time from the scheduler, by calling the PubSub's publish HTTPS API, we were able to solve that issue. PubSub topics publish API is receiving a parameter of published data as a base 64 encode. And it was very difficult to directly manage this configuration using the Cloud Scheduler UI, and so we decided to manage this by using Terraform. To be specific, like you see on the red wording, by using the Terraform functions, the JSON format data structure using the base 64 encode is created. And by doing so, Terraform resource code is used to make a human-readable way to confirm the monitor configuration. Next, we will set the monitor on Datadog. The monitor is set so that it would send a message to Slack when the metric conditions are viable. Let's say the data more than one row came back. The metric value of query monitor result return row count is bigger than 0. And we're able to set the conditions of sending a message using the Datadog query. And by adding the query name and team name on the Datadog query, we are able to select specific teams to send the notification. And in order to detect the timing where the query execution had failed, we have separate metrics and set that on the monitor. And if the metric that is subject to this monitor doesn't exist for a certain period of time, the alert is issued so that we're able to detect that the monitoring is not working. Version 2.0 compared to 1.0, there are several improvements made. By using the Datadog alert condition function, we are able to find out when the monitoring is not done, and also the monitoring setting is set within the Cloud Scheduler within the team, and now the team is able to make changes on the monitoring configuration, and also we are able to set a notification method other than Slack, and the other teams managing Argo workflow is no longer used, so therefore the communication cost was lower in case of troubleshooting. On the other hand, there are several issues that are not solved in 2.0. One is that the team, the service account that is not owned by the team can be used to make the query mon execute the ad hoc query. QueryMon 2.0 uses a PubSub topic data service account to execute the query, and the team is not able to reject that. And in order to lower the data leakage risk, we have conducted several countermeasures. For example, the publish rights for the PubSub topic can be assigned to the team's service account that was approved beforehand, and also QueryMon's tables data should not be handled. If the monitoring query is successful, we are only able to find it out by the number of rows. And if you set the max result parameter to 0 in the BigQuery query API, the query will just return the number of rows, and the data itself is not returned. And this is very suitable for the specification, so this is what we use. Lastly, this is summary. Well, in order to fulfill multiple requirements of wanting to be able to detect when the BigQuery data is not correct, and we built a monitoring system to monitor the BigQuery data. And I spoke about those actions, and I hope this will be helpful to people with similar issues. And thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to give a presentation titled A Story about the Creating a Security Guideline for Internal GitHub Actions. My name is Toshiki Kawamura, and I am a backend engineer at Mercoin. Thank you. So that was my self-introduction. And I joined Mercoin in June 2022. I'm a back-end engineer in charge of the development and operation of the Bitcoin trading service. I'm also involved in cross-company initiatives such as the creation of the GitHub Action Guidelines, which are the subject of this presentation. First, I will explain what the GitHub Actions Security Guidelines are. The GitHub Actions Security Guidelines is a security guideline developed by volunteers and the company in response to the spread of the use of the GitHub work opportunities in the company. The guidelines are based on the desire to learn what points to keep in mind using GitHub to ensure a minimum level of the security, and have them periodically review this and the documents to help to check that repositories are secure. The guideline was developed by a team of 4 people. And let me introduce the team members. And first, Wakame Masahiro from Merpay Solution Team, and Iwata Motonori, who is the background engineer at Mercari, Hirai Isadaaki, an engineering manager at Mercoin, and myself. And 4 of us have prepared this guideline together. Before I start, I'd like to introduce the flow of this presentation. First, I would like to introduce a part of the guideline due to the time constraints. And then after that, I would like to introduce how the guidelines are being used within the company. And finally, I would like to share some behind-the-scenes stories about the development of the guidelines. I will now proceed to my presentation. First, contents of the guideline, which I would like to discuss. This is a part of the guideline. In formulating the guideline, we first decided on the team's goal. And first, we set a goal to prevent attacks from external attackers, which we always want to achieve. And that was a goal. And the second goal is, which we would like to consider, if possible, is to prevent the attackers from attackers with the same level of the authorities as internal attackers. And those two were the main objectives. The guideline is organized into three parts as follows. The first part, know the threat, introduces the security threat that can be presented when using GitHub Actions with the intention of first making people aware of what the threat exists. In the second part, we introduce the countermeasures that can be taken. And the third and the final part is a checklist. And the checklist of the measures to be taken in order to make it easier to understand what kind of security measures the people can take. And if you follow the checklist, and that will also explain how to set up, and the guidelines are structured in this way. And first, let me start with the first part, knowing the threat. It is exploit, inaccurate privilege settings. There's a large room for an attacker to set up something including triggered by a pull request. If you carelessly built a workflow, the secret could be sent to the outside and attacked. As a supplementary information, and I would like to introduce the triggers of the GitHub Actions. For example, even at the repository of the workflow, when the push is made to the default branch in the repository, when the release is created, and when the issue is opened, or when a pull request is created, as described earlier, the workflow can be set to execute. The triggers, such as event that are generated outside of GitHub, and the trigger repository dispatch event on the GitHub, timed execution and manual execution, etc. For more information, please visit the official website. If the workflow permits are not properly configured, there is a risk that a secret, for example, could be sent to the outside parties. For example, and here are some possible ways to do it. For example, do something on the build script and replacing dependency libraries with the malicious ones, etc. Or being taken advantage of the auto execution mechanism, such as pre-install of the post-installation of NPM, etc. In the past, there was a popular library, the local file was scanned. And so there is the risk of sending secret to the outside. Setting permission is not appropriate. It could lead to attacks such as like this. For example, an attacker might be able to exploit the computational resources of the GitHub Actions through malicious or compromised actions. Another possibility is that a compromised or malicious action could interrupt that automatic workflow of that repository. In addition, read access to secrets such as deployment keys and access token can be used by an attacker to compromise other resources. There are just a few of the threats that can occur when there are inadequate privilege settings. And next, I would like to introduce injection attacks. Even in the workflows that appear safe, there is potential for code and a command injection. Here's two examples. First, let's look at the first case study. And please see the following code, which is vulnerable to injection. For example, double brace, if you put something like 1 plus 1 in this comment, and because this action uses Lodash to complete the value of the double of the braces internally, the Node.js code will be executed and the output will be 2, and that will happen. And this is a second example of injection attack. A scenario could be to place an injection directly into an inline script in workflow. It is also possible to inject commands into branch names or email addresses. The specific code is shown in here. The following code, because that double braces in the inner expression are evaluated and then replaced with the result of the value, it may be vulnerable to the command injection. I believe pull request title is enclosed in double braces. What an attacker could actually do, for example, could create a PR with the title such as this ls GitHub workplace. In this case, you can use this to abort the statement and run the command in the runner. And this is actual log. And you can check the output of the ls command in this way. Now, what the consequences are when injection occurs. Once injected, an attacker can execute arbitrary commands, such as an HTTP request to send a secret to an external server. The attack itself is not as simple as obtaining an access token to the repository, since it expires once the workflow is complete. However, it is now possible for an attacker to automate and call a token on the managed server to execute the attack in a few tenths of that second. In this case, the impact could to be modify the contents of the repository, including release using GitHub API. Therefore, an attacker can add malicious contents to the GitHub context and should treat it potentially trustworthy input in the actions. This is introduction of the sum of the threat in the GitHub action diagram. And let's move to the second part. The second part is to consider countermeasures. The first measure I would like to introduce is to follow the principle of least privilege. The privilege of least privilege means that software should be executed with the least privilege set necessary to accomplish a task, and that is a principle. And this is true for both the secret permissions available to the workflow and the temporarily repository tokens that are automatically provided based on the types of the workflow trigger. So if you follow this principle, and as a security measure recommended by GitHub, you may want to change the default permission setting for GitHub tokens from read and write to read only. That would be better. If you actually want to do this setting, and you can do so in the repository action settings, so please try it. Also, as for following the principle of the least privilege, you can set the permissions of the GitHub actions per workflow, but you can also minimize the permissions by performing the setting per job. Therefore, it is recommended the permissions be set in a more detailed manner as possible. There are also some countermeasures for the use of the secret. And for example, do not use the long life and tokens, and consider using the secret manager with the workload identity federations, and do not use the structured data such as JSON or the XMLW as the main secret. Because the GitHub action design diagram GitHub action treat the whole text as a max data, but not substrict. Another possible countermeasures is to register to mask all the secret used in the workflow. It is also necessary to audit the usage of access tokens stored in the secret. Another options include using minimal credentials and auditing and rotating the registered the secret, and requesting a review of access to the secret may be possible solution to the use of the secret. And the next step is to take measures for event triggers.
As for event triggers, you should use pull request events for the pull request type if you can use them, since you cannot write to the repository. And a slightly less restrictive one is the pull request target. The workflow itself will use the default branch if it is a pull request target. If you put it directly in the workflow YAML, it cannot be overwritten by an attacker. Care must be taken when using composite actions included in a checkout code. So here is a composite action. Composite action is a custom action that can be used to combine multiple steps of a workflow into a single action. For example, it will be possible to combine the multiple run commands into a single option and execute that action as a single step, called from the workflow. So when using pull request target as event triggers, be aware that a composite action can be overridden by an attacker. Unit of exposure of secret content should be as narrow as possible. Step by step is considered better than job by job. Data exchange by file between steps should be considered visible to all steps. One countermeasure is to separate jobs according to the unit of processing. For example, it is better to separate test and build and deploy jobs. This is because you can finally control permissions on necessary GitHub actions and cloud providers. It is considered better to separate them according to the unit of measures. The next step is to update GitHub action using depend-about and renovate. Actions are frequently updated with bug fixes or new features, and it is better to set up depend-about and renovate to keep the dependency of GitHub actions up to date. And the next point is to be careful when using third-party actions. When using third-party actions, I think it is basically a good idea to fix them to a full change set hash. I've written a table of comparison here, but first of all, there are 4 ways to write when using GitHub actions and third-party actions. The first is the full change set hash, which is also basically collision proof. The next is a short change set hash. This is also difficult to collide with, but hence, nevertheless, it is vulnerable to collision. And that is often used to specify a tag or release, such as V1 or version. But in this case, the tag might be changed later, and unintended changes might be introduced. And in case you consider this, you can also set it up with branch name, but with branch name, there's a possibility of unintended changes. So I think it's better to specify it with a full change set hash as much as possible. And if you fill in a full change set hash, it may not be clear which version you are using. In this case, we recommend that you include the version comment as shown below, so that you know which version you're using. And also, when using third-party actions, it is necessary to carefully observe the source code of the actions to make sure there's nothing suspicious, such as sending a secret code to a third-party host. It is also recommended that action permission settings for third-party action used within the workflow must be reviewed in terms of security control. This setting is also available in the repository settings. And you should delete unnecessary workflows and jobs. It would be a good idea to reduce dependencies as much as possible by deleting those that have been set up but no longer needed. And about the injection, one possible countermeasure to prevent this is to set the input value of untrusted expression to an intermediate environment variable. As you can see below, we have included the github.event.issue.title. So this allows the expression to be stored in the memory and used as a variable rather than affecting script generation. So setting the input value of untrusted expression like this to an intermediate environment variable can be considered as a countermeasure in preventing injection. And another one is the double quote shell variables to avoid word splitting, which is also the general recommendation when writing shell script. And when writing the GitHub custom action and workflows, you should be aware of the possibility to execute action with write permission. And also, it is an external action. The use of action links can be used to prevent injection. And other utilized CodeQL queries developed by GitHub Security Lab. And finally, it is impossible to prevent attacks completely, and it is necessary to minimize the impact of any problems that might occur. For example, the worst case scenario will be to affect the production environment and the cyberstuff or send a malicious image. So it is necessary to take measures to minimize the impact when that happens. And one more thing. One or other measure will be to prevent a part in a GitHub action from creating or approving the PLs as the owners. So that's all for the second part. Last part is a self-checklist. Self-checklist is designed to help you use the GitHub action safely by checking it regularly and to ensure the contents of this checklist cover what you have learned in the guidelines. The checklist includes specific security measures to be taken based on the content of Part 2, including how to configure them. Here is an example. So one checklist is to review the code owner setting. So in a .github directory, and there's a code owner setting, so that can be checked. And a protected branch. So that one thing that needs to be checked is this protected branch setting. So this is an example. So that workflow trigger review. So I think we talked about this earlier in the countermeasure action. So if you were using code push as a trigger, you should consider using pull request. If that's difficult, pull request target. If you're using on push for pull request, you need to fix it. So these specific measures are written in a checklist form in a third checklist item. For more detailed information, we published a blog post on our website where you can find even more information on the guidelines I have covered this time. But thankfully, a lot of people have read these articles, and we feel grateful. Well, this concludes our introduction to the guidelines. Next, I'd like to introduce how these guidelines are used within the company. First, I'd like to introduce one of the ways in which the guidelines are being used, an addition of developer documentations. So this is a form of internal portal and summarizes the usage of platform referenced by backend engineers of Mercari, Merpay, and Mercoin. And we have had this GitHub Action Security Guidelines posted here. And the next step is to have secure coding guidelines. This guideline is designed to meet the internal standard security rules maintained by security teams. So GitHub Action Guidelines are posted there. We've been working with other teams to apply guidelines, such as having project members apply the contents of guidelines to the repositories managed by their own teams, and providing the support and assistance to other teams when they apply the guidelines or have questions. Finally, I'd like to share this story with you behind the development of guidelines. So first, let me explain how these guidelines were developed. The first thing we did was to read the GitHub Action Security literature together with our team members. Since the article linked to other articles, we read those as well. Then based on the input we gathered, we put together the outputs and defined the outlines for guidelines. And we created the three-part structure. We then entered the guideline formulation phase, trying to set up the reference. And after that, we reviewed the guideline by ourselves and had the security team review the document as well. And we then revised the content and finally, and so that we have made this guideline available. Here's a timeline. The project started just over a year ago. So and we gathered a member from July to September 2022. And then between October and December, so we had some security review. So in 2023, we completed the final review and released the official version. And from April to June. So we reflected that in the developer documentation, and we also published this document to engineering blog. So I'd like to share with you some tips. So first is to start small and not overdo it. And so we were volunteer members, so that means that each of us have the regular jobs, and so and other projects will. So we try to proceed in a reasonable amount of work. And the second is to have a strong will to complete the project. I think it is difficult to sustain such a voluntary effort over a long period of time, but with everyone's strong determination to complete the project, we are able to bring it to a successful completion. And the third is we are conscious of getting the appropriate amount of feedback. This is partly and so that refactoring can be done by incorporating the outside of opinions, but we make sure that the volume of the feedbacks are reasonable. And the fourth is to continue that improvement activities even after it's released. So we have to continue so that the initial version release is not really the end of the work. So again, we will continue to update the GitHub Action Security Guidelines and as appropriate to strive to support smoother and safer development. We also plan to disseminate guidelines after we issue the new versions. So thank you very much for your attention.
So I will be presenting a titled BigQuery Computing Resource Management. I am the software engineer at Merpay. My name is Kojima Go. I would like to briefly introduce myself at the beginning. I joined Merpay 2 years ago, and initially I was involved in the development of platforms for a machine learning system, and after that I was transferred to the data management team. And right now, mainly I am in charge of the optimization of BigQuery computing resources. And in Mercari and Merpay, we use BigQuery provided by Google as a data warehouse platform for data management and data analysis. And in this presentation, we'll be talking about the compute resource management that is required for using BigQuery. And in context, as it says here, first I will talk about BigQuery and the charging model, and talk about the challenges for the management and also the way we solve that issue. And lastly, I will be talking about the initiatives that were planned for the future. And as I briefly mentioned earlier, BigQuery is a data warehouse service provided by Google, and they use a serverless architecture, and as a user, server instance size and number of servers that don't need to be managed as a service. And although there is massive amount of data, the query result can be returned within minutes. But depending on the query or data, there are some cases where the response time is more than a few hours, so that will be a challenge that is relevant to the topic I'm covering after this. And this chart briefly shows the charging model of BigQuery. And BigQuery is charged based on the storage and the query process. And for storage, they charge based on the data volume, depending on the storage domain, but I will be mainly focusing on the processing side today, and so I will skip the details of the storage today. And for the process side, there are two types, on-demand type and regular a fixed amount type. And in case of the on-demand type, the model is to charge based on the process data, and up to 1 terabyte per month can be used free of charge. But in case of on-demand type, the slot that can be concurrently be used is up to 2,000. And I will talk about the concept of slot, but please understand that this is a virtual CPU unit that is used for query processing. And because there's this limitation, people who need to use a lot of computation resource will use the fixed amount. And in case of fixed amount, you are purchasing the right to use a virtual CPU to a certain period, and based on a reservation. And on a monthly basis or yearly basis, you make the purchase, but there is another way of purchasing flex slots by purchasing a virtual CPU on a second basis. And flex slot is a way that you would just add a virtual slot when it's required. And I mentioned that the slot is the virtual CPU that is used in processing queries using BigQuery. And this will be a very important factor in the operation when you use a fixed fee charging model. To a certain period, you're paying to a certain amount for the slots that's being used. And even when you're not using the slots, you still need to make the payment. And in order to execute the query, the user is not able to specify the number of slots that is going to be used, and the BigQuery will make the decision, and if there's excess slot, that it will be used in the execution. And if excess slot is not enough, the execution will be continued by using the available slot at the time, and the execution time could be slower compared to the time when there is enough slots. And because of that system, the user is not able to control the number of slots that's being used. So because of that, it's very difficult, but you need to reserve the number of slots that is sufficient enough to execute the query within the specified time. Of course, there's flex slot or auto scale function as a method to address the slots when it's not enough. But the slot unit prices are typically higher than normal. Also, you need to take into account when you're reserving the number of slots. And flex slot is used within the ordinary program. So you need to be very careful that you're not wasting any additional slots. And the slots that I've explained up to this point is that you're not able to use the slot right away when that is reserved. And there's a concept of commitment, reservation, and assign for slots. And when you purchase the slots based on reservation, it just means that the slots are available for commitments. Slot can be purchased and used based on Google Cloud's organization. And the slots are to be allocated for more than one group. And the unit for the allocation is reservation. And in one group, you are able to allocate more than one project within the organization. And the multiple projects within the group can use the slot that is assigned to the group. And the project assignment or allocation within this reservation is called assign. And this is an example of using slot within the Google manual. And it shows the relationship between commitment, reservation, and assign. And based on this example, the total commitment is 1,000 slot. And as a reservation group, there's DS, ELT, BIT are created. And for each, 500, 300, 200 slots are assigned. And because it's assigned from the 1,000 slot, in this example, all the slots that we own are assigned. And in the DS group, there's DS project ABC, and within ELT group, there's my ELT project, the other ELT project, and BI group is assigned with dashboard project. For example, for DS project A, is executed as a project within the BigQuery. The slot will be allocated from the 500 slots that are allocated to the DS group. And in this diagram, there's an arrow going both ways. And the meaning of that is that at the time of job execution, when the slot is not enough, that is assigned to the reservation, if there are other slots that are not used in the other reservation, they can be used. And the excess slot that is used here is called idle slot. And the idle slot usage can be stopped based on the configuration. But the configuration can only be done for not using idle slot for other reservations, but the other way around. You're not able to set a configuration saying that you won't let the idle slot to be used by other reservation. So if there are only like 2 to 3 reservation, then you could just set so that the idle slot will not be used in other reservations, but it will be better if you have more than 2 or 3 reservations to allow the idle slots to be used each other so that you would use up the slots. So that was a basic idea around the BigQuery and slot. But from this point onward, I would like to talk about the challenges of the slot management and the solution. For the BigQuery environment, we reserve the commitment, slot commitments in a fixed amount. And in terms of the size, data set is more than 1,500, and the job number of jobs is more than 300,000 per day, and the number of users is more than 700 per day. And as I mentioned earlier, as long as you execute the SQL query, the BigQuery will return the result in few minutes. And that is why it's very useful, and there is no limitation. And so basically we use all the slots that are committed, and because of that, there are some issues of the query execution time being slow or timing out in some cases. And of course, we can purchase additional slot commitments to solve this issue, but we're not able to infinitely purchase slots, so therefore we need to consider other countermeasures. We have 3 pillars as countermeasures. At the end, we want to drive the initiative to reduce the consumption of the slots, but as preparation, we decided to understand the status and improve the efficiency of the management. In addition to the slot administrators, the users themselves should understand the usage of the slot and understand the job so that they can understand whether the slot usage is increasing or decreasing. And if there is different jobs with different priorities coexisting in reservations, the slots with lower priority would use up all the jobs, and the higher priority jobs will not be assigned with enough slots. So therefore, we have conducted a process to organize the reservation depending on the objective and the priorities. And I will be explaining about these 3. So first is understanding the usage of the slots. We started off by defining what the status is. And when you run out of slots, even with the same query compared to other queries, the execution becomes slow. It would be too heavy. And in order to express this, we came up with the execution time for data process and also the time that is required to consume a certain amount of slot as metrics. And as we want to avoid timeouts, so we use that as another metrics to understand the slot status. And with regards to those metrics, in the past, we have analyzed how the metrics changed when the slot commitment was added as emergency measures, and we set the threshold for each reservation, and we have defined that as a capacity requirements for the reservation.
And in terms of the slot consumption, situations, and as a functionality of the BigQuery, and there is a web UIs for the monitorings, and that is available. And however, if we want to need the detailed information, and in the case, there's a special views. And matrix that I would like to introduce here is that using that view to monitor it. And now, regarding these views, and this is by jobs, and then the details information for jobs and can be available, and that is the jobs by organizations, and then also 1 second of the time slot and by that unit, and we'll be able to get that views, and that is available. And using that on the web UI, and which is not available, that we'll be able to get that the details by the jobs. And this is the query that is used. And left-hand side, and the jobs by organization, and the ending the time, and the right-hand side, and the jobs timeline by organizations, and with the second, and the average slot numbers, and then also the numbers of the jobs and the times, and with the reservation group, the unit, and those 2 is going to be joined, and that is a example. And with this query, and this is the outcome that we can get. And this is information by the job, and also time slice information. And with that, and we'll be able to get more detailed informations. And using these views and the slot management, slot administration, and then also for the users, and we will be able to check that information, and periodically the capacity, the requirements is checked, and then if there's any issues, and in that case we'll be able to notifications in a timely manner, we can solve the issues. And in terms of the situation understanding, which is just what I have explained. And now I would like to talk about the reservations to make the management effective or efficiency. And then if the times ad hoc analysis and also the system, the usage, data pipeline development, and those two were in it. And then the one is that we can get that the outcome right away. And that's how we use it in ad hoc analysis and the system development. And in that case, the data needed for the systems is going to be organized and then develop the pipelines. And those are the difference in the uses. And the for ad hoc side, the software conceptions and in the large volume and that is used. And in case of the system development applications and the slot consumption is bigger. And the fewer or the smaller the job JOB. And in case of the ad hoc and long query, it's going to be suspended and then try to reduce the consumption of the LOT. And also in case of the system development application, even though that it takes so long and however stable, the data, the processing needs to be applied. And therefore, if it's in the same place, in that case, that was difficult to do it. And then other solutions by each project, and that we see the tendency of the job. And then with the separate reservation is going to be created and depending on the jobs, and we allocate separately. And that's how we have solved. And it was easier for the slot allocations and for the ad hoc side within the reservations and above a certain threshold. And with the long, the job can be is suspended in a post way. And because the reservation is separated, and therefore, the analysis side, more priority the ones will be able to execute it. And reservation itself, and it's on the BigQuery manuals, and purpose, and then also that the priorities should be similar ones, should be grouped in. And so that we'll be able to manage that in a more effective way. And at the end is that this is the initiatives to reduce that slot consumptions, and the waste of the slot consumption needs to be reduced, and the administrator can only do something, and therefore the users need to cooperate on this as well. And therefore, the jobs by organization, and which talked about it, and jobs timeline by organizations views can be used, and the bigger the slot consumption is required, and in that case, and if there's no access to such tables, and we try to find that, and then also with the mentions, and then the Slack can be notified to the users. And with these views, and then also related views, and the query is executed, and based on that outcome, we do some kind of manipulations on the job, or the Slack, the notifications can be provided, and we will be able to think about the many different the types of that applications. So SQL, and then also the notification contents can be put it into the templates, and then we have created this the functionalities, and we have not tested. We have not, the verification is not done yet, and however, some people are reviewing the queries, and then also no access to that table. In that case, they can suspend it, and that's what we are doing currently. And there is the way to optimize for the slot consumptions. And other than that, and these are the things that we have been doing, and I would like to briefly talk about it. And in terms of the based on the specific columns, and there's the BigQuery functions partitions, and then we can focus on particular the partitions and executions, and then also the consumption of the slot can be reduced. And if is not done, in the case there is the functions to force not to do this, and therefore all the time, and the query is going to be executed only for the particular the partitions. And then if the cross partitions, in the case the consumption is going to be bigger, and then also that time is going to be longer, and therefore with these settings, and that will give us the good the outcome. And of course that when we apply this in that case, we have to make sure that the impact to the other jobs. And the next BI engine, and as a BigQuery features, and that is in-memory functionality, and that is applied for, and be able to cache that, and the data set is maintained, and not for that kind of project. However, the execution project settings, that's what it means. And then for the tables, that we set up the cache. And on the other hand, and by the unit of the ones that you want to use the cache, and with that, you will be able to set or define. And beside the memory size, and then also prioritize the cache, and that will be available. And this is the middle of the table, utilizations, and then among several jobs, and the partial tables can be created, and for Mercari Merpay, and those kind of middle table in order to make it, and DDP is used to create this. And the next is the dashboard utilization, and at Mercari Merpay, and there's a multiple dashboard solutions that is in use, and BA tool and Repayment or explorers are used, and this is a multiple analysis, and we can use this in general, and using this, and we'll be able to analyze. Compared to the SQL usage, directly we'll be able to visualize right away and be able to reduce that slot consumption. And at the end, and this is a picture for the challenges. And in terms of the BigQueries, and this there is the changes in terms of the pricing to the new ones, and the slot, the pricing unit price is going to be increased, and BigQuery EDE auto scaling slot utilizations, and you can define the slot beforehand, and auto scaling slot. And in this case, it's a little higher in terms of the price, but this is the subscription base, or the you will be paying the ones that you have used. So whatever the reservations, and then how much the auto scaling slot should be allocated, and have to optimize from the cost perspectives, and that's something that we need to work on in the future, and we are preparing for that. And then also BO engines that we have talked about it, and only for the cache memory that you have set is going to be something that you need to pay. And however, if it's in the cache, and in the case BO engine, and also the slot that you have to consider about the cost optimizations, and while you are using this, and we should set up what will be the optimized way. And with this, I would like to conclude so the BigQuery slot at the Mercari and Merpay. I have talked about the issues, and then also the solutions, and for the future, the challenges. Thank you very much for listening.
It felt really short again today. Feels like it ended really quickly, but we finished all the session. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you. Well, once again, we have this closing talk. I came out again. I am M. Hidaka from Merpay, and I have two guests. And it's a great opportunity. I will be introducing them. Next slide. So in order, there's a cute cat, so let's start from Foghost. My name is Ryo from Merpay Settlement Platform. And internally, people call me Fox Host, which is a Slack name. Tanaka-san, go ahead. From the credit design team, I'm the backend engineer. My name is Tanaka, and the icon is my cute cat. Thank you. And tomorrow, you are the speakers, and I hope to introduce you to some of the sessions that we're focusing on. But we have a survey that we want you to respond to. Today's session, if you listen to any one of the session, please help us in answering this survey. And if you liked anything or if you had any ideas, I think the speakers would love to hear your feedback. And the URL is on the top chat. Mercari Dev JP is sharing the URL. Or in the description, second from top, the URL is available, so please use that to respond. And one more announcement. In Merpay and Mercoin, we're looking for software engineers. And those of you who you were interested listening to the session, please contact the speakers, or you can check the recruitment page on the company's website. So I look forward to your interest. And 80-some people are still listening to this channel. And I hope that you register the channel and give us high rating. There's the channel registration button and high rating, so I hope you would press on those. You can hit on them multiple times, but you need to make sure that they're odd numbers. I look forward to getting your feedback. Now, tomorrow, we have plans for the talk session, and the two speakers, I hope to get your recommendation. Of course, all the sessions are great, but they have picked up some sessions that they focus on. So starting from Tanaka-san. My focus session will be my session. In Merpay, there are several functions where time is required. For example, at the beginning of the month, the amount that was used in the previous month is finalized and it's made available for payment. And also there's an auto deduction from the bank based on the time. And so there are some functions where time is important. And when we test them, if you use the actual test, it will be difficult to test all the times. And we need to manipulate the time depending on, for the test purpose. And there are many different ways of manipulating time. But because we use a microservice architecture, if you're only able to manipulate time for one service, it's not enough. So we need to be able to manipulate the time for multiple services that are required. And of course, there are services that uses external services. And when the call back moves back the time, then we need to be able to test that as well. And when that happens, we want to be able to manipulate the time as easy as possible. And because of that, we have considered many deployments. And within this consideration, I would like to talk about how far we are and what we're doing.
Thank you very much. And next, highlights. Merpay engineering career talk. Sorry, different slide. And regarding carriers, I thought a lot, and I was a manager once, and I became the freelance, and I quit Merpay, and I came back again. I have been going through a lot of positions, and therefore, we would like to know how other people are thinking about in terms of the selection of the careers, and which I would like to learn. And in terms of the career, and we should probably hear a lot of people's thinking as well as experiences, and so that we'll be able to utilize and learn from that when we think about our future the careers. And therefore, I'm quite looking forward to hear this. And both of them, I think that it's a great and a fake crook implementation. There's a multiple of those. And then what was the options and what was the selections, and which I would like to learn. So I would like to enjoy it together. Thank you. And so Tanaka-san mentioned 2 presentations, and next is a host some, and what would be your recommendation? And Pegcliss and myself, and I'm quite interesting, and myself, and this is what I think it's interesting. And there's a 3, and the first is my session, and I will be talking about the Mercoin settlement, the platform, and the Mercoin's crypto asset. We have re-architected this settlement platform. And last year, we have talked about Merpay's settlement platform. And for this, the Mercoins, this year, we have re-architected based on the learnings from the last year. And we would like to discuss about what was new, the initiatives. And then also a highlight is going to double the bookkeeping and the balance in order to manage that balance of that crypto asset. And there's a new way of that, the bookkeeping, and which is a double bookkeeping records in the ledger. And then also the service that we provide for the settlement, and we can exchange values, and that has been developed and for the Mercoins. And then also there's a domain to manage that the legal the ledgers, and which statutory ledgers, and which I would like to discuss in detail. And in the same way, Susho-san also discussed from the settlement, the system, and microservices, which is going to be the core, and the settlement service, and the production management, and which is he will talk about it tomorrow. And among those, and there's a big differences from the Merpay, and in the internal team, the workflow engines, and that can be used in general, and that has been developed, and across the microservice, and we'll be able to there's a framework for the pricing tracer, and at the same time, the development of the Mercoins, and we have done that, and this presentation is about that. And the third one is that within the Mercoin, the data separation among the systems, and this is quite interesting topic. And when we develop the Mercoins, and internal or the external are the factors, and there is a risk for the information, the data leakage. And then once the data is leaked, or with a combination of some type of the data, and if we can identify that privileges or the IDs, and that is going to be the problem. And therefore, in case of the Mercoin, if we try to eliminate that risk from the beginning, and therefore, with the data managed in the Mercoin system, and then also data managed in the Mercari, and the different user ID is used separately, and in that case, and basically, you cannot link those two data, and in that case, when you develop, that is going to be a problem, and because the process will be done across the systems. In that case, it's going to be complex, and therefore, on the framework or the architectures, and we have done something for that to reduce some issues, and that is going to be demonstrated or presented tomorrow. So please look forward to hear that. Thank you very much. And Mercoins, and there was the topics on that, and with the Merpay's development experience, and that can be used And then also, or it's like a backside story of that development, and we'll be able to hear. So I am quite interesting, looking forward to hearing that. And the last one, it's pretty complex, and therefore I would like to know and how you can maintain that sort of justifications. And you talked about the three decisions to focus on, and the three timetable is going to be same in a day 2, and you can go to the homepage, and you can check that, and please refer to that, and please go to that link, and so that you will be able to find out what you would like to see tomorrow. So with this,
Well, I think it was a really quick day, but the two of you, they have communicated the attractiveness of tomorrow. So we would like to look forward to that tomorrow. Will you be speaking live tomorrow or over video? I'll be speaking live. So I'm sure you'll be nervous, but please relax. I'll do my best. Tanaka-san is going to speak live, so I hope you would support him. I'm sure he'll love being supported, and I'm sure he will be less nervous. How about Hawkfast? You've already recorded the video, so I guess you'll be responding to questions, so you must be looking forward to it. Yeah, if you have any questions, I would love to answer them. So I hope you would have communications. Well, I think we're close to the end for today, and the next slide is the next slide. Last slide, and tomorrow we will be opening from 12 o'clock tomorrow. So I hope you would join us. Merpay, Mercari, Mercoin technologies are covered in these sessions. So I hope you will look forward to it. Thank you very much for your attendance. We would like to have a big round of applause for the closing. And I hope that you would support Hawkfast and Tanaka-san as well. Well, I was watching the video session and having chat with the colleagues, and it was a lot of technologies where we didn't know, so it was very interesting for us. I'm sure I'll identify new things, so I hope that you would just turn on and keep it on. Thank you for your clap. I'm hearing comments supporting you too. Thank you for that warm comment. So we hope that we will open at 12 o'clock tomorrow, so I hope you would register this channel and make yourself available. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I will be looking forward to seeing you, everybody. We will be waving and saying bye. Bye, everybody. Thank you.